When my husband discovered that I couldn't inherit any of my father's assets, he erupted in rage. "What do you mean you can't inherit anything?" he screamed. "If that's the case, I have no use for you anymore. I want a divorce right now." His words cut deep, and in that moment, I felt a surge of anger and betrayal. Soon after, I exacted my revenge on both my husband and my sister, who had swiftly married each other. My name is Flo, a 32-year-old office worker. I married George, whom I met through a relative 2 years ago. My family, though once wealthy, faced uncertainty over who would inherit since we were all daughters. George was introduced to me as a suitable match who could potentially join our family. After our wedding, George moved in with me at my parents' house, where we lived with my father after my mother passed away. Initially, George seemed kind and respectful towards my father, earning everyone's trust. However, just before our marriage, the relative who introduced us warned me about George's obsession with money. Despite this, I didn't notice any signs of greed in him and proceeded with the marriage. As time went on, George began subtly probing about my father's assets during casual conversations over drinks. My father, being open-hearted, didn't seem bothered by George's curiosity, which momentarily eased my concerns. George's interest also extended to my younger sister, who was lively and outgoing, a stark contrast to my own calm demeanor. Her beauty and charm fascinated him, a fact that didn't escape my notice, stirring up conflicting emotions within me. The relative's concern was rooted in the fear that without me, a plain and unassuming daughter, there would be no one to inherit the family's wealth if something were to happen. I initially thought there was no reason to worry, believing my beautiful sister would secure our family's future. However, it soon became clear why that relative had concerns. My father, always lenient with my sister, allowed her to pursue higher education after high school, including a vocational school after college. Unlike me, she didn't have a specific career goal. Rather, she seemed averse to working. While my mother insisted she find a job right after college, my father disagreed, enabling her to attend vocational school. After completing it, she landed a job at a company owned by a friend of my father's but quit after just 6 months. I was astonished by her reasoning for quitting. "I couldn't show my full potential at that company," she claimed. My mother and I were baffled by her confidence despite her short stint. Nevertheless, my father believed her and swiftly arranged for her to join another company. Soon after, when our mother fell ill and was hospitalized, my sister visited daily, often skipping work. Eventually, she quit again, proclaiming she would care for our mother. However, her idea of caregiving involved idle chatter or smartphone scrolling in the hospital waiting room. I found myself solely responsible for handling our mother's laundry at the hospital and ensuring she had fresh clothes, as my sister offered little help. Though our mother initially enjoyed my sister's company, her condition deteriorated within a month to where conversation became impossible. 2 weeks after this decline, she passed away. Both my father and sister were so devastated that I had to organize the funeral arrangements. Thankfully, our relatives stepped in, and we were able to give our mother a proper farewell. After her death, my sister started working part-time and moved out of our parents' house to live independently. However, her earnings weren't enough to cover expenses, so our father began paying her rent and utilities. It seemed she spent her money frivolously and frequently asked our father for more. While our mother was alive, she had been strict with my sister, so our father didn't provide financial support initially. Yet after her passing, he gave her free rein with money. I didn't see any issue with this arrangement if both my father and sister were content. Even after I married and moved in with my husband at my parents' house, my father continued supporting my sister financially. Unbeknownst to me at the time, my sister was also asking my husband for money, which he readily gave, asking her to keep it secret from me, fearing my reaction. My sister sustained herself with sporadic part-time work and funds from our father and my husband. However, this lifestyle became unsustainable when our father fell ill and required hospitalization. I juggled hospital visits between work and caring for our father, but my sister never appeared at the hospital. Instead, she began calling me, demanding money. "Since I've been getting money from Dad every month, I need you to continue that," she demanded. "The rent and utilities are all paid from Dad's account anyway." Her angry tone surprised me, hearing this for the first time. Despite my anger at her disregard for our hospitalized father, I resisted hanging up, sensing she might be in trouble. How much are you getting from Dad every month? I asked, trying to gauge the situation. You need to find a job soon and support yourself. In a grumpy tone, she replied, I was getting $1,000 every month, not including rent. I was stunned by her casual admission. Seeing my adult sister receiving such a substantial allowance, I worried she had no incentive to find work. At first, I didn't see it as a problem, assuming our father would recover soon. However, his condition suddenly deteriorated, prompting me to contact our relatives urgently. The doctor's serious prognosis left me deeply shocked. During such a difficult time, I hoped for support from my husband, but he claimed to be busy with work and rarely visited the hospital. When he did come, his questions were insensitive. Your father's inheritance must be substantial, right? Since it's just you two sisters, you'll split it evenly, he remarked, fixated on the inheritance. I was speechless, realizing my husband's obsession with money, a trait my relatives had warned me about. It left me feeling disgusted. Even when my sister called and I explained our father's critical condition, her concern was solely about money. Forget that, just make sure you send me my monthly allowance. I can't survive without it, she insisted before abruptly ending the call. I was furious with her selfishness, yet worried about a faint male voice I overheard in the background, triggering a sense of unease. A month later, our father passed away, but neither my sister nor my husband were present during his final moments. As I dealt with the funeral arrangements, memories of my mother's funeral weighed heavily on me. To worsen matters, neither my husband nor sister offered any help. My sister didn't even attend the funeral, and though my husband showed up briefly, he quickly left, citing work obligations. Even the relative who introduced us noticed his absence and asked about it. What happened to your husband? It's odd for him to be absent, they remarked. All I could manage was a bitter smile in response. He's busy with work, had to head home, I explained, feeling disappointment welling up inside. After the funeral, as I finally caught my breath, my husband approached with a grin. Finally, how much did you inherit? It must be quite a sum, even if split, he asked eagerly. As warned by my relative before our marriage, it seemed my husband's thoughts were consumed by my father's inheritance. Disappointed, I responded casually, my sister gets $100 million, and I get nothing. I hadn't spoken to my lawyer yet, and with the funeral just behind us, I hadn't sorted out my feelings either. My husband, gleeful about the inheritance, provoked me to the brink of laughter beyond anger. Upon hearing my words, my husband erupted, What? You can't inherit anything. If that's true, I have no use for you anymore. Let's get a divorce right now. Feeling the same way, I retorted, Let's do it. You married me for my father's inheritance in the first place, didn't you? I'll divorce you. With that declaration, I thrust the divorce papers I had prepared towards him. He seemed taken aback, but signed them nonetheless, as if he had expected this outcome. As he finished signing, my ex-husband remarked bitterly before leaving, I'll divorce you, who has no inheritance, and marry your sister Emily to get the $100 million. Undeterred, I promptly filed the divorce papers. Breaking free from my scoundrel of a husband felt liberating. The next day, it seemed my ex-husband had already filed for marriage with my sister Emily. A few days later, he called me, still convinced of his delusion. When are you going to start the inheritance procedures? Give Emily the $100 million as soon as possible, he yelled into the phone. I waited patiently for the call from my ex-husband, refusing to initiate contact myself after he left the house on his own. When his call finally came, I answered in a matter-of-fact tone. Let's discuss it at my place this Sunday. I'll be prepared for the proceedings, I informed him calmly. My ex-husband, believing he was about to receive a windfall, was elated and quickly hung up the phone. Little did he know, I eagerly anticipated the moment he would learn the truth. Over the weekend, both my ex-husband and my sister arrived at my parents' house, visibly surprised to find a lawyer waiting there. Despite their initial shock, my ex-husband attempted to maintain composure. I knew it. You need a lawyer when there's a fortune involved, he remarked smugly. However, the lawyer interjected with a puzzled expression. Before we address the inheritance, there's a matter of property division your ex-wife has claimed against you, the lawyer explained, beginning to display a series of photographs. The photos depicted my ex-husband leaving my sister's house, each one clearly dated. The lawyer continued, addressing my ex-husband directly. These photos serve as evidence of your affair before the divorce was finalized. Therefore, you'll need to comply with the property division. My ex-husband's expression shifted from confidence to disbelief as the reality of his actions sank in. Upon overhearing my ex-husband discussing the inheritance with my sister over the phone, I promptly instructed my lawyer to investigate his infidelity. Despite the solemnity of my father's funeral, my ex-husband and sister met frequently at her house, unaware I was gathering substantial evidence. When the conversation shifted from inheritance to their affair, both were caught off guard. Initially stunned, my ex-husband quickly composed himself and argued back. Property division is trivial compared to the $100 million inheritance. I'll settle it immediately, he retorted arrogantly. However, when the lawyer presented the documents, he signed them without hesitation. I made sure to remind him pointedly, enjoy your life with my sister, who inherits nothing. Since you signed, I'll ensure the property division is collected. Upon hearing she would receive nothing, my sister erupted in disbelief. What? Why is my inheritance zero? I'm supposed to get $100 million, she cried out. My ex-husband, now red-faced, joined in, yelling, there's no way. There has to be an inheritance. I won't let you take it all. The lawyer calmly intervened, beginning to explain the situation to the infuriated pair. Emily is actually the biological child of her late mother from a previous relationship. She was never legally adopted by Shlo's late father, so there is no legal parent-child relationship that would entitle Emily to inherit. Turning to my sister, who appeared bewildered, the lawyer continued, when our parents remarried, you were about 1 year old. I was 6 and clearly remember how happy I was to suddenly have a sister. The revelation sank in slowly as the truth of the situation became clear to both my ex-husband and sister, their anger dissipating into stunned silence. I never imagined my own sister would betray me by stealing my husband. When our parents remarried, they had already been burdened with young children from previous relationships. They believed in balancing their affection and attention between us. My mother treated me as her own daughter, showering me with love, while my father cherished my sister, perhaps indulging her more because she wasn't his biological child. Despite the family dynamics, my mother never adopted my sister, a decision that raised suspicions among relatives who were aware of my father's considerable wealth. They often recommended me for marriage, knowing I was the sole inheritor of my father's assets. If my parents had had children together, the situation might have become even more complicated. However, they deliberately chose not to, likely to avoid future inheritance disputes. Now, I understand that my father financially supported my sister throughout her adult life because he couldn't leave her an inheritance. Legally, neither my sister nor I were officially adopted by our respective parents, but that never mattered to us. We grew up together as siblings, unaware of the legal nuances until now. It seems our parents never disclosed to my sister that they had both remarried before, and today was the first time she learned the truth about our family's complex history. I wondered if my ex-husband grasped the gravity of the situation as his face transitioned from flushed to pale. Not only was he denied the inheritance he expected from my sister, but he was also faced with a property division for which he had already signed the documents. With a pallid expression, he turned to me and asked, was it all a lie? You said $100 million for your sister and nothing for me. Suppressing a laugh, I replied, of course it was a lie. It was payback for your affair. Besides, my father's inheritance was nowhere near $100 million. My normally quiet sister suddenly exclaimed, I've been shopping so much, expecting Dad's inheritance. What about the money Dad was giving me? Will you cover it, sis? You're married and have George to support you now, right? She looked at my ex-husband, who was visibly shaken. However, he shook his head and said, I can't afford that. I spent expecting the inheritance, and now with the property division, I'm stretched thin. After saying this, my ex-husband unexpectedly knelt before me, apologizing profusely. Tilo, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. Can we please get back together? The lawyer, who had been packing up, chuckled at the sight. Where did that arrogant attitude go? He remarked. George pleading on his knees like this is quite the turnaround. After the discussion, my ex-husband and sister left dejectedly, and they soon divorced. My ex-husband, who had remarried with hopes of inheriting my sister's fortune, lost interest in her when she received nothing. He was adamant about the property division and his inability to support my sister. Since he had no assets, I decided he would pay from his monthly salary, as advised by my lawyer, to ensure I received what was due. Meanwhile, My sister, no longer supported by her father, struggled to make ends meet with part-time work. Eventually, her debts piled up, leading her to file for bankruptcy. She moved out of her apartment, and I lost track of her whereabouts. My father's excessive support had hindered her ability to work seriously, and although relatives began suggesting potential suitors for me, I declined. I didn't want another man like my ex-husband. This time, I intended to find a partner on my own terms.
The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I sat across from my sister Serena in the conference room, staring at the stack of documents that would destroy my life. My hands trembled as I flipped through page after page of fabricated transactions, each one meticulously crafted to make me look like a criminal. "I don't understand," I whispered, my voice cracking. "These aren't my signatures. I never authorized these transfers. My name is Lexi, and until yesterday, I was a rising star at Goldman Sachs. Now, I'm watching my entire world crumble around me." Serena's face remained impassive, her designer blazer perfectly pressed, not a hair out of place. "The evidence speaks for itself, sis. $20 million siphoned through offshore accounts over the past 18 months, all traced back to you." "This is insane. You know I would never—" The words caught in my throat as 2 FBI agents entered the room, followed by our mother, her eyes red and swollen. "Mom, please," I pleaded. "You know me. I've always taken care of everyone. Why would I do this?" She wouldn't meet my eyes. Instead, she clutched her purse closer, as if I might try to steal that too. The next few weeks passed in a blur of courtrooms, lawyers, and crushing disappointment. Despite my desperate attempts to prove my innocence, the evidence was overwhelming. Serena had done her homework well. Every transaction, every document, every digital footprint pointed to me. The judge's gavel came down like a death sentence. 5 years in federal prison. I caught a glimpse of Serena in the courtroom, her face a perfect mask of sisterly concern. But for a split second, our eyes met, and I saw it. That flicker of satisfaction, of victory. That's when I knew. This wasn't just about money. This was revenge. 3 months later, I stood in the prison yard of FCI Danbury, my orange jumpsuit still stiff and new. The weight of my ID badge felt foreign against my chest, a constant reminder of how far I'd fallen. "Fresh meat, huh?" A voice behind me made me jump. I turned to face a tall woman with salt and pepper hair and arms covered in tattoos. "I'm Angela, and you look like you don't belong here." I laughed bitterly. "That's what I keep telling everyone." "Let me guess. White-collar crime? Embezzlement?" Angela's eyes were sharp, assessing. "Wrongly accused," I corrected her. "Aren't we all?" She smirked, but there was something knowing in her expression. "Your case made the papers. Valdez sisters, right? The banker who stole from her family's business?" I flinched at the reminder. "I didn't steal anything. My sister—" "Set you up?" Angela finished. "Yeah, I figured. Your sister's got quite a reputation in certain circles. She's not as clever as she thinks she is." My head snapped up. "What do you mean?" Angela glanced around the yard before lowering her voice. "Let's just say, before I ended up here, I worked in forensic accounting. Your sister's been playing a much bigger game than just framing you. But she made mistakes. They always do." For the first time since my arrest, I felt a spark of hope. "What kind of mistakes?" "Not here," Angela said, nodding toward the guards. "But if you're interested in learning more, meet me in the library tomorrow. I've got some things you might want to see." That night, lying on my thin prison mattress, I stared at the ceiling, thinking about Serena, my perfect, precious older sister, who'd always resented living in my shadow. While she struggled to keep jobs and relationships, I'd excelled in my career, supported our family, earned our parents' pride. Now she'd taken everything from me, my freedom, my reputation, my future. My cellmate's snores filled the darkness as I made a decision. If Serena thought prison would break me, she was wrong. I'd use this time to learn, to plan, to understand exactly how she destroyed my life. And then, I'd return the favor. The next morning, I watched the sunrise through barred windows, my mind clearer than it had been in months. Angela was right. Serena wasn't as clever as she thought. She'd made mistakes, left traces, and with nothing but time on my hands, I would find them all. As I walked to breakfast, another inmate called out, "Hey, banker girl, heard your sister's been making waves on Wall Street. Big merger announcement yesterday." My steps faltered. Of course. While I rotted in prison, Serena would be climbing the corporate ladder, probably using the same dirty tricks that had put me here. "You okay?" Angela appeared beside me, her presence somehow reassuring. "I will be," I said, straightening my shoulders. "Once I learn everything you know about my sister's mistakes." Angela's smile was wolf-like. "Trust me, kid. By the time we're done, your sister won't know what hit her." For the first time since my arrest, I smiled back. Serena had taught me an important lesson. Family ties can strangle you. But she'd forgotten something crucial. I was always the quick learner in the family. The prison library smelled like old books and desperation. Angela sat across from me, spreading out photocopied documents across the scratched wooden table. "Your sister's good," she said, pointing to a complex web of transactions. "But not good enough. See these transfers? They're almost identical to the ones she used to frame you." I leaned forward, squinting at the numbers. "These dates, these are from years ago." "Exactly. Your sister's been playing this game long before she targeted you. The question is, why didn't she get caught?" "Because she had help," a new voice chimed in. We looked up to see a woman in her 30s with sharp features and intelligent eyes. "I'm Selena, former corporate lawyer, currently serving time for, well, let's just say I know exactly how these schemes work." Angela nodded. "Selena's been helping me piece this together. Your sister's got friends in high places, Lexi. People who look the other way when the numbers don't add up." My hands clenched into fists. "So what you're saying is, even if I found proof, it wouldn't matter?" "Not necessarily," Selena said, sliding into the chair next to me. "You just need to know where to look and who to trust. Speaking of which, have you been in touch with anyone from your old life?" I thought of Braden, my former colleague who still wrote to me weekly. "Maybe. Why?" "Because we're going to need outside help," Angela said. "Someone who can access records we can't get in here." A guard walked past, and we quickly shuffled the papers into a random book. When he was gone, Selena leaned closer. "There's something else you should know," she whispered. "Your sister's been visiting another inmate here, Jayla Hernandez." My eyebrows shot up. "What? Why?" "That's what we need to find out," Angela said. "Jayla's in my work detail. I can introduce you." Later that day, I met Jayla in the laundry room. She was younger than I expected, with a quick smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "So you're the famous little sister," she said, folding sheets with practiced efficiency. "Serena talks about you a lot." "Does she now?" I matched her movements, keeping my voice casual. "Funny, I didn't know she had friends in here." Jayla snorted. "Friends?" "Honey, your sister doesn't have friends. She has investments. And right now, I'm her favorite investment." "What does that mean?" "It means," Jayla lowered her voice, "that your sister's planning something big. Something that needs someone with my particular skills once I get out next month." My heart raced. "What kind of skills?" "The kind that got me in here. Let's just say I know how to make money disappear." Jayla glanced around before continuing. "Your sister's scared, Lexi. She's covering her tracks, preparing for something, and she's getting sloppy." That night, I couldn't sleep. Angela's words kept echoing in my head. Your sister's not as clever as she thinks she is. The next morning, during yard time, I found myself surrounded by my growing circle of allies. Angela, Selena, and Jayla had become my unlikely support system. I got a letter from my contact at the SEC, Selena said, keeping her voice low. They're starting to notice irregularities in your family's company financials. Your sister's latest moves have caught their attention. But why now? I wondered aloud. Why is she taking these risks? Because of you, Angela said simply. You're her weak spot, Lexi. As long as you're in here, there's a chance you might figure things out. She's trying to secure her position before you can expose her. Then we need to move faster, I said, determination settling in my gut. Jayla, what exactly did my sister ask you to do when you get out? Jayla smiled wickedly. She wants me to help her move some money offshore. Big money. The kind of transaction that leaves traces, no matter how careful you are. Perfect, Selena said. That's our way in. But we'll need your friend on the outside, Lexi, the one you mentioned. I thought of Braden, his loyal letters, his unwavering belief in my innocence. He'll help, but I need to know something first. Why are you all helping me? Angela's face hardened. Because your sister's type gives all of us a bad name. The ones who think they're above the law, who use and discard people like tissues. Sometimes karma needs a little push. Besides, Jayla added, watching rich people destroy each other is quality entertainment in here. I laughed despite myself, feeling stronger than I had in months. My sister might have put me in prison, but she'd accidentally given me something valuable. A team of women who knew exactly how to bring down someone like her. Okay, I said, pulling out a piece of paper. Let's make a plan. Jayla, tell me everything my sister asked you to do. Every detail matters. As my new friends gathered around, I realized something important. In trying to break me, Serena had actually made me stronger, and soon she'd learn exactly what that meant. Your boy Braden came through, Angela announced, sliding a torn envelope across the metal cafeteria table. These are copies of your sister's recent transactions. My hands trembled as I opened it, careful to keep the contents hidden from passing guards. Inside were printouts of financial records, each one a potential piece of evidence against Serena. Look at the dates, Selena pointed out, pretending to eat her tasteless meatloaf. 3 major transfers, all within days of your arrest. She's getting cocky, Jayla added, joining our table. Yesterday's visit was interesting. She's planning to move $50 million through shell companies next month. Wanted to make sure I remembered our arrangement when I get out. I stared at my untouched food. 50 million? That's more than double what she framed me for. Where's she getting that kind of money? From your family's company, a new voice whispered. We turned to see Maria, a quiet inmate who worked in the prison's administrative office. I overheard a phone call while cleaning. Your stepfather Ramon's business is in trouble. Big trouble. My stomach dropped. What kind of trouble? The kind that ends with bankruptcy if someone doesn't stop the bleeding. Maria glanced nervously at the guards. Your mother called the prison yesterday, asking to visit. She sounded desperate. Looks like Big Sis is taking down the whole family, Angela said grimly. Question is, does she care? Before I could respond, the lunch bell rang. As we filed out, Selena pulled me aside. Your mother's visit is scheduled for tomorrow. Are you ready? I hadn't seen Mom since the trial. Ready as I'll ever be. The next day, I sat across from her in the visitation room. She looked older, tired, her usually perfect makeup unable to hide the dark circles under her eyes. Lexi, she whispered, reaching for my hands across the table. I don't know what to do anymore. The company. Ramon's health. What's happening, Mom? Tell me everything. She wiped her eyes. Ramon had a minor heart attack last week. The stress. Serena's been making these decisions at work, taking out loans, moving money around. Nothing makes sense anymore. And you're just letting her? She's the only one left. Mom's voice cracked. With you in here, she said she could fix everything, but it's getting worse. Ramon doesn't trust her, but he's too sick to fight. I leaned forward. Mom, listen carefully. Serena's not fixing anything. She's stealing from the company, just like she framed me for stealing. No, Mom shook her head. She wouldn't. She would, and she is. I can prove it, but I need your help. Will you trust me? One last time? After Mom left, I met my crew in the prison chapel, the one place we could talk without arousing suspicion. Your mother's in, I told them. She'll get us Ramon's banking records. Good, Selena said. Because Jayla's release is in 2 weeks and we need everything in place before then. Jayla nodded. Serena's expecting me to help her with the transfers as soon as I'm out. Little does she know, I'll be helping someone else instead. Just be careful, Angela warned. Women like your sister, they don't take betrayal well. Trust me, I learned that lesson the hard way. I turned to her. You never told me your story. Angela's face darkened. Let's just say I used to work with someone like Serena. Trusted her, covered for her. When things went south, she made sure I took the fall. Sound familiar? Too familiar, I muttered. The difference is, Angela continued, you've got us, and we've got something better than money or connections. What's that? Nothing left to lose. She smiled grimly. Makes us dangerous. Later that night, I received another letter from Braden. Inside was a USB drive, somehow smuggled past security. Found something interesting, his letter read. Your sister's been meeting with some shady characters. Got photos. Also, remember that merger she announced? It's built on fake numbers. The whole thing's a house of cards. I showed the letter to Selena during our morning walk. This is it, she said excitedly. The merger's her weak point. If it falls apart, everything else comes crashing down. Including my family's company, I reminded her. Sometimes you have to break something completely to rebuild it right, she said softly. Question is, are you ready to be the one who breaks it? I watched the sunrise through the prison fence, thinking about Mom's tired face, Ramon's heart attack, and Serena's smug satisfaction. Yes, I said finally, but we do this smart. No one else gets hurt except Serena. Angela joined us, her face serious. That's not how revenge works, kid. There's always collateral damage. Then we minimize it, I insisted. Focus on the merger. That's her project, her reputation. When it falls apart, she'll have nowhere to hide. 2 weeks, Jayla reminded us, passing by. Make them count. I nodded, feeling the weight of the USB drive in my pocket. 2 weeks to save my family's company, clear my name, and make Serena face the consequences of her actions. The countdown had begun. Your sister's getting married, Mom announced during our next visit, her voice flat. To the CEO of the company she's merging with. The wedding's next month. I nearly choked on my water. What? His name's Marcus. They've apparently been dating in secret for months. Mom's hands twisted nervously in her lap. She says it's love, but Ramon thinks... It's about the merger, I finished. Of course it is. Everything's about business with Serena. Back in the common room, I shared the news with Angela and Selena. This changes everything, Selena said, her legal mind already working. Marriage means shared assets, shared liability. She's not just securing the merger, she's protecting herself. Or setting up her next victim, Angela added. Did some digging through my old contacts. This Marcus guy? His first wife died under suspicious circumstances. Insurance paid out big. My blood ran cold. You think Serena knows? Honey, I think that's exactly why she chose him. Angela leaned closer. Birds of a feather, right? A guard approached, and we quickly switched to discussing the latest prison book club selection. When he passed, Selena pulled out a newspaper. Look at this, she whispered, pointing to a business article. The merger announcement caused both companies' stocks to soar. Your sister and her fiancé just became paper millionaires. Paper millionaires with fake numbers, I reminded her. Braden's proof shows the merger's built on lies. Speaking of Braden, Angela said, he sent another message through my contact. The SEC's starting their audit next week. Serena doesn't know yet. I smiled. Perfect timing. Jayla gets out tomorrow. That night, we had our final meeting with Jayla in the laundry room. She'd memorized every detail of her role in our plan. Serena thinks I'm meeting her associate tomorrow night, Jayla said, folding her last prison uniform. Instead, I'm meeting with Braden and his SEC friend. Everything I know about her operation, every detail she shared during her visits, it all goes on record. Be careful, I warned. She's more dangerous than ever now. Jayla laughed. Please, I grew up in the Bronx. Your sister doesn't scare me. The next morning, we watched Jayla walk to freedom. Hours later, my mother visited again, this time with documents hidden in her Bible. Ramon's personal records, she whispered. Bank statements, loan applications, everything. Some of these signatures, they don't look right. I studied the papers, because Serena forged them, just like she forged mine. Mom's face crumpled. How did we not see it, all these years? Because she's family, I said softly. We see what we want to see. That afternoon, Selena received news through her legal channels. The SEC's moved up their audit. They're going in tomorrow. What? Why? Because your sister's fiancé just tried to move a massive amount of money offshore. They're spooked. Angela cursed. She's rushing the plan. Jayla must have spooked her. I paced our small meeting space. We need to warn Braden. If they're destroying evidence... Already done, Selena said. He's got copies of everything. Plus, your mother's documents prove the forgeries. It's all falling into place. But something felt wrong. I knew my sister. It's too easy. Serena always has a backup plan. Right on cue, Maria rushed in. Emergency call for you, Lexi. It's Ramon. He's had another heart attack. The world tilted. I ran to the phone room, my hands shaking as I picked up the receiver. Hello, little sister. Serena's voice was silk over steel. Shame about Ramon, isn't it? Stress is such a killer. What did you do? Me? Nothing. But it's amazing how quickly health can deteriorate when someone's worried about losing everything. She paused. Call off the SEC audit, Lexi, or next time, Ramon might not be so lucky. You're threatening our stepfather? Your own family? Family? She laughed bitterly. Was it family when you became Dad's favorite? When you got the education I deserved? When everyone praised perfect little Lexi while I had to claw my way up? So this is all about jealousy? This is about what's mine. Back off or Ramon pays the price. You have 1 hour to decide. The line went dead. I stood there, gripping the phone, until Angela found me. Bad news? She asked, taking in my face. Serena's threatening Ramon's life. She wants me to stop the audit. Angela's expression hardened. Then we hit her harder, fast and public before she can hurt anyone else. How? Your sister's wedding announcement just hit the society pages. Everyone's watching. What better time to expose her? I thought about Ramon in the hospital, Mom's tired face, all the lives Serena had ruined. Make the calls, I said. It ends now. As Angela left to set things in motion, I stared out the prison window. Tomorrow, either my sister's empire would crumble or my family would pay the ultimate price. The game had changed. Now it wasn't just about revenge, it was about survival. The prison TV room erupted in chaos as the morning news broke. There on screen, federal agents were escorting people out of my family's company building. Breaking news, major financial fraud uncovered at prominent merger. The reporter's voice competed with excited inmate chatter. That's your sister, someone shouted, pointing at Serena's photo flashing across the screen. She looked perfect as always, even while hurrying to her car, shielding her face from cameras. Angela squeezed my shoulder. Braden came through. The SEC raid happened at dawn. My hands were shaking. Any word about Ramon? Stable, Selena said, joining us. Your mom called. He's being moved to a better hospital. Apparently, Marcus's company insurance is still covering him, for now. The news anchor continued. Sources say the investigation was triggered by evidence provided by a recently released inmate. I smiled, thinking of Jayla. She'd played her part perfectly. In related news, questions arise about the suspicious death of Marcus Reynolds' first wife. The TV clicked off suddenly. We turned to see a guard standing there. Valdez, warden wants to see you. Now. The warden's office was cold and sterile. She studied me over her glasses. Your sister's lawyer called. Says you orchestrated this whole thing from inside. That's ridiculous, I said calmly. I'm just an inmate serving my time. With a lot of interesting friends. She glanced at a file. A former forensic accountant, a corporate lawyer, and now this whistleblower who just got released. Quite the coincidence. Everything happens for a reason. The warden almost smiled. Indeed. Well, unless they can prove you violated any prison regulations, there's not much they can do. But watch yourself, Valdez. Your sister's got powerful friends. Back in my cell, I found a letter from Braden waiting. It's worse than we thought, he wrote. Serena and Marcus were planning to empty both companies' pension funds after the merger. Thousands of people would have lost everything. But that's not all. Marcus's first wife? Police are reopening the case. Your sister's fingerprints are all over the insurance policy changes made weeks before the accident. Holy shit, Angela whispered, reading over my shoulder. Your sister's not just a fraudster, she's a murderer, I finished, feeling sick. Or at least an accomplice. Selina burst into the cell, breaking prison protocol. Turn on the radio, now! Through static, we heard Marcus's voice at a press conference. Completely shocked by these allegations, I assure you, I had no knowledge of my fiancé's actions. Our merger plans are indefinitely suspended. He's throwing her under the bus, Angela said. Just like she did to you. My cell door slammed open. Another guard. Phone call, Valdez, your mother. Mom was crying when I picked up. She's gone, Lexi. Serena cleaned out all the accounts this morning. Everything. The company reserves, Ramon's medical fund, even my personal savings. She's disappeared. My knees buckled. What? The police say she probably left the country. They found evidence she's been planning this for months. The merger, the wedding. It was all a distraction. I gripped the phone tighter. Mom, I'm so sorry. I never meant... Don't. Her voice hardened. Don't apologize. You tried to warn us about her for years. We just didn't want to see it. After the call, I returned to find Angela and Selina in intense discussion with Maria. Your sister was spotted at a private airfield 3 hours ago, Maria said. My cousin works security there. She had 2 suitcases and a fake passport. She's running, Selina said. Classic exit strategy. She probably has accounts set up in countries without extradition. But she made a mistake, Angela added. A big one. Remember those photos Braden sent of her meeting shady characters? I nodded. One of them was an undercover FBI agent. They've been building a case against Marcus for months. Your sister just walked right into their investigation. My heart raced. So even if she escapes, she'll never be safe, Selina finished. The FBI doesn't give up on cases like this. That night, lying in my bunk, I received one final surprise, a letter from Serena herself. Dear perfect little sister, it read. Congratulations. You won this round, but remember, you're still in prison while I'm sitting on millions. Was your revenge worth it? Worth destroying our family? At least I only took your freedom. You took everything from all of us. Sweet dreams, sis. Hope those prison bars feel like victory. Angela found me crying in the bathroom. Hey, don't let her get to you. That letter's just proof we got to her. But she's right, I whispered. Look what I've done to our family. No, Angela said firmly. Look what she did. You just exposed the truth. The rebuilding part, that comes next. And you'll be there for it. How? I'm still in here. Angela smiled mysteriously. About that. Selina's been talking to some lawyers. With all this new evidence, plus Jayla's testimony, let's just say your appeal is looking pretty good. For the first time in days, I felt hope flutter in my chest. Serena might have escaped with the money, but she'd lost something far more valuable, her power over me. The truth was finally out, and soon I would be too. All rise, the bailiff called out. 3 months had passed since Serena's disappearance, and I stood in the same courtroom where I'd been convicted, now facing my appeal hearing. My new lawyer, recommended by Selina, presented the mountain of evidence we'd gathered. Bank records, forged documents, Jayla's testimony, the FBI investigation findings. It all painted a clear picture of Serena's elaborate scheme. Your Honor, he concluded, my client was not only innocent, but a victim of a sophisticated frame job orchestrated by her sister, who is now a federal fugitive. The judge peered at me over her glasses. Ms. Valdez, this court owes you an apology. In light of the overwhelming evidence, your conviction is overturned. You are to be released immediately. The words didn't feel real until I walked out of prison that afternoon, wearing clothes Mom had brought. Angela, Selina, and Braden waited outside. First stop, Angela announced, hugging me. Real coffee. At the cafe, Braden updated me on the investigation. Interpol's tracked Serena to Dubai, but she's staying just ahead of them. The FBI's frozen most of her accounts, though. How much did she get away with? I asked. About 12 million, he said grimly. But the feds recovered almost 30 million in hidden accounts. It's being returned to the company and the pension funds. Speaking of the company, Selina added, Ramon called. He's back at work part-time, rebuilding what's left. The publicity actually brought in new investors who admire his resilience. I stirred my latte, real coffee finally, and asked the question that had been haunting me. Any leads on Marcus's first wife's death? Braden leaned forward. That's the biggest breakthrough. They found emails between Serena and Marcus from 2 years ago, long before the merger plans. They were plotting everything: the marriage, the merger, the theft. The wife's death was part of their test run. My stomach churned. So they're both going down for murder? If they catch them. Marcus disappeared the day after Serena, but he wasn't as careful. The FBI's closing in. Later that day, I visited our family home for the first time since my arrest. Mom had redecorated, removing all traces of Serena. Only one photo remained, our father's wedding picture, taken before he died. I keep it to remember, Mom said, following my gaze, how happy we were once, before Serena changed. Was she always like this? I asked. Did we miss the signs? Mom sank into her favorite chair. She was different after your father died, angry that he left everything in trust for your education. She thought, as the oldest, she deserved more. That doesn't justify what she did. No, Mom agreed, but understanding her darkness might help us avoid it in others. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. My heart stopped when I read it. Enjoying freedom, sis. Don't get too comfortable. You took my life, I'll take yours. Watch your back. S. I showed Mom the message. She immediately called the FBI agent handling our case. They've traced it to Singapore, she told me after hanging up. She's running out of places to hide. That evening, I met Jayla for dinner. She'd started a legitimate financial consulting business, helping ex-cons rebuild their lives. Your sister contacted me, she said, sliding her phone across the table. Offered me $2 million to help her move money again. I recorded the whole conversation for the feds. You're not scared of her? Jayla laughed. Girl, I grew up with 5 brothers in the projects. Your sister's just a rich kid playing gangster. Besides, she gestured around the restaurant, I'm legit now, thanks to you. Got a real chance to help people. My phone buzzed again, another unknown number. But this time it was different. It's Marcus. I want to make a deal. Serena's planning something big, something bad. Meet me? I showed it to Jayla, who immediately texted Angela and Selena. It's a trap, Angela replied instantly. He's desperate, cornered. Don't trust him. But Selena had another view. This could be our chance to end it. Let me contact my FBI friends. We can set up a sting. I stared at the message, thinking about Serena's threat. Maybe it was time to stop reacting and start acting. Set it up, I texted back to Selena, but on my terms. Jayla squeezed my hand. You sure about this? You just got your freedom back. I thought about Mom's tired face, Ramon's recovery, all the people Serena and Marcus had hurt. Some things are worth risking freedom for. Besides, I managed to smile, I learned from the best in prison. That night, as I lay in my own bed for the first time in over a year, I received one final message, this one from Angela. Remember what I taught you. Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire, but don't let the flames consume you. We've got your back. I closed my eyes, thinking about tomorrow's trap. Serena thought she could threaten me. She'd forgotten what she taught me herself. Sometimes the prey becomes the predator. Game on, big sister. Game on. The hotel lobby buzzed with quiet activity as I sat waiting, my coffee untouched. FBI agents posed as guests and staff, scattered throughout the space. Braden sat at the bar, pretending to work on his laptop. Target approaching, a voice murmured through my hidden earpiece. East entrance. Marcus walked in, looking nothing like his corporate photos. His designer suit was wrinkled, his face unshaven. Fear had aged him 10 years. Lexi, he said, sliding into the chair across from me. Thank you for meeting me. Where is she? He glanced nervously around. Not here, but close. She's not the same person anymore. She's desperate. Aren't you both? You don't understand. His hands shook as he leaned forward. She's planning to take everything. The remaining company assets, the recovered funds, all of it. She has backdoor access to the systems. Why are you telling me this? Because she's going to frame you again. One last job to destroy you completely. He pulled out his phone. Look at these emails. She's federal agents. The lobby erupted in chaos as FBI teams moved in. But Marcus was faster. He bolted, knocking over our table. He's running! I shouted into my earpiece, chasing after him. East stairwell. I followed him up 3 flights before he burst onto the roof. He ran to the edge, looking down. It's over, Marcus, I called out. We know about your wife, about Singapore. He turned, wild-eyed. You think you know anything? Your sister? She makes me look amateur. Right now, she's probably already... His phone rang. He answered on speaker, hands trembling. Hello, darling. Serena's voice cold as ice. I see you've been talking to my sister. Tsk, tsk. Serena, please, he begged. We can still... Oh, Marcus, you never learned. Never trust anyone, especially not me. His phone pinged with a notification. His face went white. What did you do? Transferred everything. All our accounts, all our backup plans. Did you really think I'd share? She laughed. Goodbye, darling. Enjoy prison. The line went dead. Marcus stared at his phone in disbelief as FBI agents burst onto the roof. Marcus Reynolds, you're under arrest. As they led him away, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Your turn, sis. Check the business news in 3, 2, 1. My phone exploded with notifications. Breaking news alerts, messages from Mom, Braden, everyone. She's done it, Braden said, running up to the roof. Serena just emptied every account. The company's reserves, the recovered funds, everything. It's all gone. I felt the world spin. How? Those accounts were frozen. She had help on the inside, someone at the bank. He stopped as my phone rang again. Hi, Mom, I answered, dreading her words. Ramon's had another heart attack, she sobbed. The stress, when he saw the accounts. Lexi, he's in critical condition. I slid down the wall, legs giving out. Serena had won. Again. Back at the FBI office, agents scrambled to trace the transfers. The money's bouncing between accounts faster than we can track it, one agent explained. Your sister's got quite a network. Wait, Jayla said, studying the transaction patterns. I know these routes. They're the same ones she wanted me to use, which means... She grabbed a laptop, fingers flying over the keyboard. There! The money has to pass through this checkpoint in Hong Kong. We have maybe 3 hours before it clears. Can we stop it? I asked. Better. Selena smiled, hanging up her phone. My contacts in Hong Kong banking. They can redirect the funds. All of them. To where? Back to the victims, Angela said, walking in. Every penny she stole returned to the people she hurt. Perfectly legal, completely untraceable. But we need authorization from a company executive, Selena added. I pulled out my phone, calling Mom. Is Ramon conscious? We need his signature right now. 20 minutes later, Mom FaceTimed from Ramon's hospital room. His hand shook as he signed the digital authorization. Do it, he whispered. We watched the screens as billions in transactions reversed course. Company accounts refilled. Pension funds restored. Everything Serena tried to steal, returned. My phone buzzed one last time. Serena. You bitch, she hissed. You have no idea what you've done. No, Serena, you did this, all of it, and now you've got nothing. I still have 12 million they'll never find. Keep it, I said. Consider it the price of never coming back. Because if you do, everything we found about Marcus's wife goes public. Every email, every plan, every detail. Silence. You'd blackmail your own sister? I learned from the best. After hanging up, I looked around at my unlikely team. Angela, Selena, Jayla, Braden. They'd helped me turn victim into victory. Ramon stabilized, Mom texted. Doctor says he'll recover. I closed my eyes, exhausted, but relieved. We'd won. Not through revenge, but through justice. Come on, Angela said, helping me up. Let's go see your stepdad. Family's waiting. Family. Not the one Serena destroyed, but the one we'd built from the ashes. That was worth more than all the millions in the world. The autumn breeze rustled through the prison yard as I walked through the familiar gates, this time as a visitor. Angela waited in the meeting room, her face lighting up when she saw me. Look who's all corporate now, she teased, eyeing my business suit. The board meeting ran late, I explained, sitting down. We're finalizing the merger with that tech company I told you about. The legitimate kind of merger this time, complete with actual profits and everything. I smiled. Ramon's retiring next month. They voted me in as CEO. Angela leaned back, pride evident in her expression. From inmate to chief executive, you've come a long way, kid. Thanks to you, all of you. I pulled out some papers. Speaking of which, I have news. The prison reform initiative we started, it passed. Full funding for education and job training programs in women's prisons across the state. Selena's legal work paid off, huh? She's unstoppable. The foundation's already helped 30 former inmates start their own businesses. I paused. Including you soon. Your parole hearings next week. Got my speech ready and everything. Angela's eyes misted slightly. Never thought I'd get another chance. You gave me mine. Time to return the favor. The guard called time, but before I left, Angela grabbed my hand. Hey, any word from... Serena? Nothing since Dubai. FBI thinks she's in Southeast Asia now. Doesn't matter. She can't touch us anymore. Leaving the prison, I drove to the hospital where Jayla ran her weekly financial literacy workshop for recovering addicts. Ladies, she announced as I walked in, meet my friend Lexi, living proof that your past doesn't define your future. After the session, we grabbed coffee in the cafeteria. How's the new program going? I asked. Amazing. 10 of my students already opened their first legitimate bank accounts, she grinned. No more cash under mattresses. Mom would love to hear that. She's always saying... My phone buzzed. Unknown number. My heart stopped until I read the message. Marcus took a plea deal. Full confession about everything, including Karen's death. Thought you should know. FBI agent Torres. I showed Jayla the text. Finally, justice for his first wife. And prison for life, she added. Bet your sister's loving that news. If she's heard it, she's gone dark since we took back the money. Good riddance. Jayla's face turned serious. You know she might try again someday. Let her try. We're stronger now. That evening, I visited Mom and Ramon at home. The house smelled of Mom's famous paella as Ramon showed me his retirement plans. Converting the garage into a workshop, he explained excitedly. Going to teach woodworking to troubled kids? From corporate shark to mentor, I teased. Who'd have thought? People change, Mom said, joining us. Sometimes for worse, like... She trailed off, still unable to say Serena's name. And sometimes for better, I finished, hugging her. The company's stronger than ever. Your grandkids' college funds are safe. I don't have any grandkids, she pointed out. Yet, I smiled. Brayden and I are talking about it. The doorbell rang. Selena burst in, waving papers. Just got word from my Hong Kong contact. Serena tried to access one of her old accounts. They froze it immediately. How much? Ramon asked. 3 million. She's running out of options. Mom's hands trembled as she served dinner. Will it ever really be over? It already is, I said firmly. She's just a shadow now. We've built something stronger than her hatred. After dinner, I drove to the small park where this all began, where I used to play with Serena as kids. Brayden waited on our usual bench. Rough day? He asked, pulling me close. Good day, actually. Angela's getting out soon. The foundation's growing. The company's thriving. I looked up at the stars. We won. But I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, for Serena to appear and destroy everything again. Brayden turned to face me. That's her last victory, making you fear happiness. Don't let her have it. My phone chimed. A message from Angela. Just heard from the parole board. I'm out next week. First stop, helping Jayla with her next workshop. Second stop, that accounting job you offered. Ready to be your newest employee, boss. I smiled, showing Brayden the message. This was my real legacy. Not revenge, but reconstruction. Building something meaningful from the wreckage Serena left behind. You know what? I said, standing up. Let's go plan that future we talked about. The one with kids and dreams and no looking back. No looking back, Brayden agreed. Walking hand in hand through the park, I realized something. Serena had tried to write my story, Poor little sister, forever in her shadow. But she forgot the most important rule. Everyone gets to write their own ending. And mine was just beginning.
The message arrived while I was changing Mrs. Peterson's IV. "You need to see this," read Deborah's text, followed by a link. I ignored it, focusing on my patient's comfort, but the phone kept buzzing in my pocket like an angry hornet. "My name is Vivienne, and until yesterday, I was the head nurse at St. Michael's Hospital. 10 years of dedicated service, countless lives touched, and a reputation I'd built from scratch after losing my husband Brody. All of it shattered by a single social media post. "You're awfully quiet today," Mrs. Peterson said, her weathered hand touching mine. "Everything all right, dear?" I forced a smile. Just one of those days. I checked her vitals one last time before heading to the break room, where Deborah was waiting with coffee and a grim expression. "Have you seen it?" she asked. I pulled out my phone, clicked the link, and felt my world tilt sideways. The post was everywhere. Facebook, Twitter, local community forums, anonymous accounts sharing detailed allegations about me abusing my children, Kirk and Aurora. Stories of neglect, of drinking problems I never had, of violent outbursts that never happened. "This is insane," I whispered, scrolling through hundreds of comments. People I'd known for years were sharing it, adding their own speculations. "I don't understand. Kirk and Aurora are my whole world. How could anyone—" The break room door swung open. "Vivienne?" It was Dr. Marshall, his face ashen. "We need to talk." Deborah squeezed my shoulder as I followed him to his office. The walk felt like a death march. "I'm sorry," he said, sliding a letter across his desk. "With these allegations, we can't risk—" "They're lies." I stood up so fast my chair toppled backward. "I'm a widow raising 2 kids alone. I work double shifts to give them everything. Ask anyone here. I've never missed a day, never made a mistake. It's not about your performance. The board is concerned about liability. Until this is cleared up, we have to terminate your employment." I grabbed the edge of his desk to steady myself. "My children need health insurance, their medications." "I'm truly sorry, Vivienne. Hospital policy is clear." That evening, I sat in my car outside Kirk's school, watching other parents collect their children. Normal people living normal lives. My phone kept lighting up with messages from concerned friends, asking if the rumors were true. Kirk's face lit up when he saw me. At 10, he was already so much like his father. Same gentle eyes, same quiet strength. "Mom, you're early." "Thought we'd pick up Aurora together, maybe grab some ice cream." He buckled his seatbelt, chattering about his day. I tried to focus on his words instead of the whispers I'd heard in the school parking lot, the way other parents pulled their children closer as we passed. At Aurora's elementary school, my 8-year-old princess was waiting with her teacher, Mrs. Collins. The look Mrs. Collins gave me made my stomach turn. "Mommy!" Aurora ran to me, backpack bouncing. "I got an A on my science project." I hugged her tight, breathing in the strawberry scent of her shampoo. "That's wonderful, baby." At the ice cream parlor, I watched them devour their sundaes, chocolate smeared on their faces. My phone buzzed again, another message, this time from an unknown number. "How dare you show your face in public? Everyone knows what you did." "Mom!" Kirk's voice snapped me back. "You're crying." I touched my cheek, surprised to find it wet. "Just happy tears, sweetheart. I'm so proud of both of you." That night, after tucking them in, I sat at my kitchen table with Deborah, papers spread everywhere. Bank statements, savings accounts, emergency funds. The numbers didn't add up. "You can stay with me while this blows over," Deborah offered. I shook my head. "I need to fight this. Someone is trying to destroy me, and I think I know who." "Who would do this to you?" I pulled up a familiar Facebook profile on my phone. My sister Melanie's page. Her latest post was a vague message about karma finally catching up to certain people. "Family," I said bitterly, "is supposed to be the one thing you can count on. But sometimes they're the ones who hurt you most." Deborah leaned forward. What are you going to do? I looked at the photos on my wall. Brody and me on our wedding day, Kirk's first steps, Aurora's dance recital. Everything I'd built, everything I'd protected since Brody's death, was under attack. I'm going to find out why my sister wants to destroy me, I said, my voice steady despite the trembling in my hands. And then I'm going to make sure she never hurts my family again. The clock struck midnight as Deborah left, promising to help however she could. In the quiet house, I could hear Kirk's soft snoring from upstairs. Tomorrow, I'd have to tell them Mommy wouldn't be going to work anymore. Tomorrow, I'd have to start fighting back. But tonight, I allowed myself one moment of weakness, one silent scream into my pillow, before wiping my eyes and starting to plan. Melanie had no idea what she'd started, or who she was really dealing with. The coffee shop where Melanie worked was busy when I walked in, my heart pounding against my ribs. She stood behind the counter, her perfectly styled hair and designer clothes a stark contrast to my wrinkled scrubs from yesterday, the last uniform I'd probably wear for a while. Welcome to... Her greeting died when she saw me. Oh, what are you doing here? We need to talk. I'm working. She turned to make someone's latte, her shoulders tense. Fine, I'll wait. I sat at the counter, directly in her line of sight. 2 hours, 3 cups of coffee, and dozens of dirty looks from her later. Her shift ended. Stop stalking me, she snapped, untying her apron. I followed her into the back alley behind the shop. Stalking? That's rich coming from someone who's been spreading lies about me online. I don't know what you're talking about. But her hand trembled as she lit a cigarette. Drop the act, Mel. I lost my job. Social services is investigating me. My kids are going to suffer because of what you did. She blew smoke in my direction. Maybe you should have thought about that before. Before what? Before you took everything. She threw her cigarette down. You always were Mum's favorite, the perfect daughter, the successful nurse, the loving mother. Even after Brody died, you somehow kept it all together. Do you know how sick I am of hearing about Saint Vivienne? That's what this is about. Jealousy. A bitter laugh escaped her. You have no idea what it's like living in your shadow. Mum never shut up about you, even after you stopped talking to her. Why can't you be more like your sister? Vivienne would have handled this better. So you tried to destroy my life, my children's lives. They're fine. They have you, don't they? Perfect mom, perfect life. I grabbed her arm as she tried to walk past me. Take it back. Tell everyone you lied. Or what? She jerked away. You'll hit me? Prove the rumors true? I want to understand why you hate me so much. We used to be close, Mel. Remember when we'd hide in the treehouse during Mom's fights with Dad? When you'd crawl into my bed during thunderstorms? Something flickered in her eyes. Pain, maybe regret, but it vanished quickly. That was before. Before what? Before I realized you abandoned me too. Just like Dad, just like everyone else. You got married, had your perfect family, and forgot all about me. That's not true. I invited you to everything. Holidays, birthdays. You never showed up. Because I couldn't stand watching you live the life I wanted. Her voice cracked. The husband, the kids, the career. Everything comes so easy to you. I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. Easy? I worked 3 jobs to put myself through nursing school. I raised 2 kids alone after watching my husband die of cancer. Nothing about my life has been easy. At least you had a life to build. I'm 30 years old, working in a coffee shop, living in a cramped apartment, and... She stopped abruptly, pressing her lips together. And what? Nothing. Just leave me alone. As she turned away, I noticed something I hadn't before. The medical alert bracelet on her wrist. She tried to hide it, but I caught a glimpse of the text. Chronic kidney disease. Mel, are you sick? Get out of my way. She pushed past me, but I saw the tears in her eyes. I went home and spent hours researching, piecing together clues from her social media. Doctor appointments she'd vaguely mentioned, complaints about fatigue. A GoFundMe page quickly taken down. Deborah called around midnight. Any luck with your sister? She's sick, Deb. really sick, and instead of helping her, I'm plotting revenge. She's trying to take your kids away, Viv. Being sick doesn't excuse that. My doorbell rang, making me jump. Through the peephole, I saw Roberto from social services, looking apologetic even at this late hour. Ms. Vivienne, I'm sorry to disturb you, but we received another report. I need to speak with Kirk and Aurora. My hands shook as I opened the door. At midnight? The report suggested immediate danger. He glanced at his tablet. Something about prescription drug abuse? Fresh rage coursed through me. Melanie knew about Brody's leftover pain medications, which I'd properly disposed of years ago. She was escalating. My children are asleep, I said firmly. Come back tomorrow with a warrant. After he left, I called my lawyer, Luca. His sleepy voice turned alert as I explained the situation. Don't let them in without me present, he advised. And Vivienne, document everything. We're going to need it. I hung up and stared at Melanie's Facebook page again. Behind the perfectly filtered photos in casual cruelty, my little sister was dying, but she'd chosen to spend what might be her final months trying to destroy me. Game on, Mel, I whispered to the screen. You want to play dirty? I learned from the best, our mother. The hospital's records department was eerily quiet at this hour. Deborah's badge got us in. One of the perks of having a friend who still worked here. My hands trembled as I logged into the system using my old credentials, which thankfully hadn't been deactivated yet. Are you sure about this? Deborah whispered, keeping watch at the door. If we get caught, 5 minutes. I typed Melanie's name into the search bar. I just need to know what we're dealing with. The records loaded and my breath caught. Stage 4 kidney disease. Multiple hospitalizations in the past year. Dialysis 3 times a week. A rejected transplant application due to lack of family support. Oh, Mel, I whispered, scanning the notes. Why didn't you tell me? A noise in the hallway made us freeze. Deborah peeked out. Security's making rounds. We need to go. I quickly printed the relevant pages and logged out. We slipped through the back exit, just as flashlight beams swept the corridor behind us. In my car, I studied the papers. She needs a kidney donor. That's why she's so angry. She thinks I abandoned her when she needed me most. You didn't know, Deborah said softly. But Mom did. The realization hit like a punch to the gut. She's known all along. I drove to Melanie's apartment, the medical records burning a hole in my bag. The lights were on despite the late hour. When she opened the door, her face was pale and drawn. How had I not noticed before? What part of leave me alone didn't you understand? I held up the records. Were you ever going to tell me? Her eyes widened, then narrowed. You had no right. I'm your sister, my voice cracked. I'm a match for donation, I know I am. We could have what? Played happy families. You made your choice years ago. When? When did I choose anything except trying to survive? She leaned against the doorframe, suddenly looking exhausted. The day Mom called about my diagnosis. She said she tried to reach you, but you wouldn't come. What? I stepped closer. Mom never called me about anything. The last time we spoke was at Dad's funeral. Confusion flickered across Melanie's face. But she showed me the text where you said you were too busy with your perfect life to deal with family drama. I pulled out my phone, scrolling through years of messages. I never got any text from her. Look. Melanie took my phone, her hands shaking. She lied, but why would she? Because that's what Mom does. She plays us against each other, always has. She sank onto her couch and I noticed the dialysis equipment in the corner, the pill bottles on the coffee table. I'm so tired, Viv, of everything. Let me help you, please. Why would you even want to, after what I did? Because you're my sister, and because I understand now, Mom manipulated both of us. She knew you were sick, knew I could help, and deliberately kept us apart. Tears spilled down her cheeks. I was so angry, watching your perfect life on Facebook while mine fell apart. When Mum suggested I expose your true nature, it felt like justice. Mum suggested the posts. She nodded. She helped write them. Said it would force you to notice me finally. My phone buzzed. A text from Roberto. Home visit tomorrow at 9 a.m. Bring your lawyer. They're coming to evaluate me tomorrow, I said. Because of your posts, I might lose my children. Melanie's face crumpled. I'm sorry, I'll tell them the truth. It's not that simple anymore. The damage is done, my job, my reputation. I'll fix it, I promise. She grabbed her phone, hands trembling. I'll post right now that I lied. Wait, I caught her wrist. Mom needs to answer for this too. She used your illness to manipulate you into destroying my life. Why? The transplant program, Melanie whispered. They wanted a family member to be the primary caregiver during recovery. Mom refused, said she was too old. If you had been there, she kept us apart so she wouldn't have to take responsibility. Anger burned in my chest and nearly destroyed both our lives in the process. A coughing fit seized Melanie, and I instinctively reached for her. She stiffened at first, then leaned into my embrace like she used to when we were kids. I'm scared, Viv, she whispered. I don't want to die. You're not going to. I held her tighter. But first we need to deal with Mom. Are you with me? She pulled back, wiping her eyes. What's the plan? Tomorrow, after the social services visit, we're going to pay Mother Dearest a surprise visit. It's time she faced the consequences of her games. Melanie's phone lit up with a text from Mom. Did it work? Is she suffering yet? We looked at each other, and for the first time in years, I saw my little sister again. Not the angry woman who'd tried to destroy me, but the girl who used to have my back against the world. Let's take her down, Melanie said firmly. Roberto sat at my kitchen table, flipping through files while Luca, my lawyer, watched him like a hawk. Kirk and Aurora were upstairs with Deborah, supposedly doing homework, but I knew they were worried. Kids always know when something's wrong. These allegations are serious, Roberto said, adjusting his glasses. Multiple reports of substance abuse, neglect. All false, Luca interrupted, and we can prove it. How convenient that these accusations surface right after my sister's kidney disease diagnosis, I added, sliding Melanie's medical records across the table. Records that show our mother refused to be her caregiver. Roberto studied the papers. I don't see the connection. My mother orchestrated this smear campaign. She manipulated my sick sister into attacking me because she didn't want to take responsibility for Melanie's care. A small voice came from the stairs. Is Aunt Mel sick? We all turned to see Aurora, clutching her stuffed rabbit. My heart squeezed. Baby, you should be upstairs, I said softly. Is that why she's being mean to you? Because she's sick? Roberto watched this exchange intently. I lifted Aurora onto my lap, breathing in her sweet shampoo scent. Sometimes when people are hurting, they hurt others too, but that doesn't make it right. Can we make her better? I'm going to try, sweetheart. I looked at Roberto. That's who I am. A mother who teaches her children compassion, even when it's hard. Does that sound like the monster in those reports? He closed his folder. I'd like to speak with the children, separately. An hour later, after Roberto left with a notably softer expression, I found a text from Melanie. Mom wants to meet, says she can explain everything. It's a trap, Luca warned, packing up his briefcase. Of course it is. I grabbed my keys. That's counting on it. I picked up Melanie from her apartment. She looked worse than yesterday, dark circles under her eyes. You should be resting, I said as she buckled in. Not until we finish this. She held up her phone. I recorded every conversation with Mom about the posts. Everything. Mom's house looked exactly as I remembered. Pristine lawn, perfect flowers, facade of suburban tranquility. Inside, probably still smelled like gin and regret. She opened the door wearing her church smile. My girls, finally together again. Save it, I pushed past her. We know what you did. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. She headed for her drink cart, predictable as ever. The lies, Melanie said. The fake texts, using my illness to turn me against Vivian. Mom's hand trembled slightly as she poured her gin. I was trying to help you. By destroying my life, I stepped closer, by risking my children being taken away. You abandoned your sister. No, you kept us apart. Melanie's voice cracked. Show her, Viv. I pulled out my phone, playing the recording Melanie had sent me. Mum's voice, clear as day, dictating the cruel lies to post about me. Mum's face hardened. You recorded me? I recorded everything. Melanie sank onto the couch, exhausted. Every manipulation, every lie. I did it for you, Mom insisted. Vivienne had everything while you were suffering. I could have been her donor, I shouted. I could have saved her. But you couldn't let that happen, could you? Because then you'd have to help during recovery. Actually be a mother for once. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. I pulled out more papers. These are from my lawyer, a restraining order against you. And this is a formal complaint to the transplant board about your interference with a potential donor. You wouldn't dare. Try me. One more post about me, one more call to social services, and these go through. Plus the recordings go public. She sank into her chair, suddenly looking old. I just wanted to control us, Melanie finished, like always. But we're done. We're going to fix what you broke, I added. I'm getting tested as a donor match tomorrow. Melanie's moving in with me during recovery. We're going to be a real family without you. You need me, Mom whispered. No, Melanie stood shakily. We really don't. Walking out of that house felt like breaking free of chains. In the car, Melanie started crying. I'm so sorry, Viv, for everything. Hey, I grabbed her hand. We're going to make this right. My phone buzzed, a text from Roberto. Investigation closed. No evidence of wrongdoing. Good luck with your sister. See, I showed Melanie the message. Everything's going to be okay. The posts, we'll deal with them together. But first, let's get you well. Driving home, I remembered something Brody used to say. Family isn't about blood, it's about who bleeds with you. Looking at my sister, I finally understood. Sometimes the deepest wounds come from those closest to us, but healing can too. Kirk and Aurora want to see you, I said softly. If you're up for it. Melanie wiped her eyes. I'd like that. Behind us, Mom's perfect house grew smaller in the rearview mirror, taking her poison with it. Ahead lay something better, something real. Blood type match. Tissue compatibility looks good. Dr. Wilson smiled over her clipboard. Preliminary tests suggest you're a viable donor for your sister. Melanie squeezed my hand so hard it hurt. We'd spent the morning in the transplant clinic, both of us pretending we weren't terrified. There are risks, Dr. Wilson continued, for both of you, and the recovery period is significant. I understand, I said. When can we schedule the surgery? A knock interrupted us. My heart stopped when I saw Mom in the doorway, clutching her designer purse like a shield. What are you doing here? Melanie's voice shook. I'm still listed as your emergency contact. Mum stepped inside. The clinic called me about the procedure. Dr. Wilson looked between us. I'll give you a moment. Get out, I stood up. You have no right. I have every right. Mom's careful facade cracked. You think you can handle this? The aftercare, the medications, the complications, while raising 2 children alone? I won't be alone, I said. I have friends, support. You have a restraining order against your own mother. Because you tried to destroy me. The words echoed in the small room. Because you couldn't stand the thought of us helping each other. Stop it, both of you. Melanie's voice was weak but firm. Mom, why are you really here? Something flickered across Mom's face. Fear, maybe even guilt. I made a mistake. Which one? I asked bitterly. The lies, the manipulation, using Melanie's illness as a weapon. All of it. Mom sank into a chair. When the clinic called, I realized what I'd done. My daughters are about to have major surgery, and I can't even be there because of my own actions. Save the performance, I said. We're done with your games. It's not a game. She opened her purse, hands trembling. Look. She pulled out papers, bank statements, insurance documents, property deeds. What is this? Melanie asked. I'm selling the house. Everything. I've set up a trust for the medical expenses, aftercare, whatever you need. Mum's voice cracked. I should have done this months ago. I stared at the documents. The numbers were substantial, enough to cover the surgery, recovery, and then some. Why now? Melanie whispered. Because I'm afraid. Mum's carefully applied makeup couldn't hide her tears. Afraid of losing both my daughters. Afraid of what I've become. You should be afraid, I said. Do you know what it felt like? Having social services question my children, losing my job, thinking my sister hated me. I know I can't fix it, but please let me try to make it right. Dr. Wilson returned, more papers in hand. We need to discuss the recovery plan. The primary caregiver needs to... I'll do it, Mom interrupted. Both of them will need help. Let me do this one thing right. I looked at Melanie. Her face was pale, but there was something like hope in her eyes. If, I said slowly, and only if, you agree to counseling. All of us. Together. And you take down every post, Melanie added. Make public apologies. Clear Vivian's name completely. Already done. Mom pulled out her phone, showing us the retraction she'd posted hours ago. I called the hospital too about your job. My throat tightened. They won't take me back. Actually, Dr. Wilson interjected, we could use a transplant recovery specialist, someone who understands both sides of the process. Once you've recovered, of course. The room blurred with tears. Melanie reached for my hand again, and after a moment's hesitation, reached for Mum's too. We have 6 weeks until the surgery, Dr. Wilson said. Time to prepare, to heal, in all ways. Later that night, after Melanie was settled in my guest room and the kids were asleep, I sat on my back porch. The same porch where I'd cried after Brody died, where I'd planned my future as a single mom, where I'd recently contemplated losing everything. My phone lit up with a text from Mom. Thank you for giving me a chance to make amends. I don't deserve it. No, I typed back, you don't. But Brody always said forgiveness isn't about deserving. It's about choosing to break the cycle. He was a wise man. I should have appreciated him more. You more. I looked through my window at Melanie sleeping peacefully, then up at the stars Brody and I used to count. One day at a time, I texted Mom. That's all any of us can do. Inside, Kirk appeared in his pajamas. Mom, is Aunt Mel really going to be okay? I pulled him close. We're all going to be okay, baby. Different, maybe, but okay. Can I help take care of her after the surgery? My heart swelled. Despite everything, my children had learned compassion instead of bitterness. Maybe that was the greatest victory of all. Yes, I said, hugging him tight. We're all going to help each other now. That's what family does. What family should have been doing all along. I need you to count backward from 10, the anesthesiologist said, adjusting my IV. I looked across the pre-op room to where Melanie lay on her own gurney, already unconscious. Mom stood between us, her hands fluttering nervously from one daughter to another. 10, 9, 8. The next thing I knew, I was waking up to beeping monitors and the sharp smell of antiseptic. Everything hurt. Hey, sleepyhead, Deborah's familiar voice. Surgery went great. I tried to speak, but my throat was too dry. Mel? She's doing well. They're monitoring her kidney function closely. Mum appeared on my other side, looking like she hadn't slept in days. The doctors say everything went perfectly. You did it, sweetie. The next few days passed in a blur of pain medication, careful walks down hospital corridors, and visits from Kirk and Aurora, who treated both their mum and aunt like fragile treasures. A week after surgery, they moved us to the same room for recovery. Melanie's colour was better already, her eyes brighter. Your kidney's an overachiever, she joked weakly, just like you. Must run in the family, I managed, still sore but sitting up. You're healing faster than expected. Mom came in with 3 cups of terrible hospital coffee. She'd barely left the hospital, sleeping in uncomfortable chairs and coordinating with Deborah to care for the kids. Ladies. Roberto appeared in the doorway, looking uncomfortable in the hospital setting. I hope I'm not interrupting. Social services following up even here? I tried to laugh but winced instead. Actually, I'm here unofficially. He pulled up a chair. The posts about you have gone viral again, but differently this time. People are sharing your story. Sisters reunited through organ donation, healing from family trauma. It's inspiring others to become donors. Melanie's eyes filled with tears. Really? Several transplant centers reported increased inquiries about living donation. Your mother's public apology and explanation helped contextualize everything. Mom squeezed my hand. The hospital board meets tomorrow about your reinstatement. This publicity can't hurt. I've been thinking, I said slowly, about starting a support group for families dealing with organ donation, medical trauma, online harassment. Count me in, Melanie said. Once I'm stronger, I want to help too. A commotion in the hallway drew our attention. Kirk and Aurora burst in, followed by Deborah carrying what looked like half a party store. Surprise! Aurora held up a handmade card covered in glitter. We made Get Better Soon cards for both of you. Kirk was more reserved but equally earnest. And we learned about kidneys in science class. Did you know you only need one to live? That's so cool. Inside voice, sweetie, Mom reminded him, but she was smiling. Deborah started hanging up balloons while the kids showed us their cards. Roberto watched the scene with obvious approval. I'll make my final report today, he said quietly, recommending the case be closed permanently. You've got quite a support system here. Took us long enough to figure it out, Melanie said, reaching for my hand across the space between our beds. That evening, after everyone left and the hospital quieted, Melanie spoke into the darkness. I had a dream about Dad last night. Yeah? He was disappointed in how we let Mum tear us apart, said we were stronger together. I thought about our father, gone too soon like Brody. He always wanted us to protect each other. We failed at that pretty spectacularly. Maybe, I shifted carefully to look at her, or maybe we needed to break apart to come back stronger. Like that Japanese thing, with broken pottery and gold. Kintsugi. Brody loved that concept, making something more beautiful by repairing it. A nurse came in to check our vitals, smiling at finding us both awake. Your numbers look great. Keep this up and you'll be home soon. After she left, Melanie said, I'm scared about going home, being alone again. You won't be. You're coming to my house, remember? The kids are already planning your welcome home party. But after I recover, we'll figure it out, together this time. Mom appeared in the doorway, having obviously been listening. I've been looking at houses near Vivienne's, something smaller, where I could help out but not intrude. The old me would have rejected this instantly, but the woman lying here, missing a kidney and gaining a sister back, understood something about second chances. We'll talk about it, I said, after more counseling. Mum nodded, accepting this conditional olive branch. Get some rest, my girls. As she left, Melanie whispered, Do you think we can really do this? Be a real family? I thought about the broken pieces of us, Mom's manipulation, Dad's death, my grief over Brody, Melanie's illness, the lies and pain and fear. But I also thought about the gold filling those cracks. My children's compassion, Deborah's loyalty, the strength we'd found in forgiveness. We already are, I said, just not the family we thought we'd be. Maybe something better. The monitors beeped steadily in the darkness, 2 hearts beating, 1 kidney healing, and countless broken pieces slowly, carefully, beautifully coming together again. 3 months after the surgery, I stood before the hospital board, my hand steady despite my racing heart. Luca sat beside me, but this wasn't a legal battle anymore. It was my chance to reclaim my life. As you can see, Dr. Marshall gestured to the presentation screen, the publicity from Ms. Vivienne's story has increased our transplant center's profile significantly. Donor registrations are up 40%. That's not why I'm here, I interrupted. I'm here because I'm a good nurse, because my patients deserve someone who understands both sides of the transplant journey. Tell us about your proposed support program. One board member leaned forward. When my sister and I were going through this, we felt alone. The medical support was excellent, but the emotional support, the family dynamics, the social media harassment, there was nowhere to turn. I clicked to the next slide. This program would provide counseling, support groups, and resources for families navigating organ donation. We'd also help victims of online harassment rebuild their lives. Ambitious, another member noted, and expensive. I've secured private funding. I nodded to Mom, sitting quietly in the back. And several social workers have volunteered their time, including Roberto Gibson, who investigated my case. Roberto stood. I've witnessed firsthand how false allegations can destroy lives. This program could prevent that. The board deliberated while I waited outside. Melanie appeared, looking healthy and strong, carrying 2 coffee cups. Thought you could use this, she handed me one. The support group loved your story at today's meeting. How many showed up? 15. 3 were social media harassment victims. 2 were potential donors, scared to tell their families. Dr. Marshall emerged from the boardroom. They're ready for you. Inside, the chief of surgery spoke first. We've reviewed everything. Your record, the incident reports, the proposed program. We're prepared to offer you not just reinstatement, but a promotion. Director of Transplant Patient Support Services. It's a new position, created specifically for this program. I blinked back tears. Thank you. Don't thank us yet, he smiled. You start Monday. Lot of work ahead. Outside, Mum was waiting with Kirk and Aurora. Did you get your job back? Aurora bounced excitedly. Even better, Princess. I got a new job helping people like Aunt Mel. Speaking of help, Mom said hesitantly, I found a house, 3 blocks from yours. If that's still okay. The kids cheered before I could answer. Over the past months, Mom had proven herself, attending therapy, helping with recovery, rebuilding trust one small act at a time. We'll try it, I said, one day at a time. That evening, we gathered in my backyard for a celebration. Deborah brought her famous lasagna. Roberto came with his wife, and Luca brought wine we couldn't drink yet because of medications. Remember when we used to have family dinners like this? Melanie asked quietly. Before Dad died. We're making new memories now, I squeezed her hand. Better ones. Kirk approached us shyly. Aunt Mel, would you help me with my science project? It's about organ donation. I'd love to, buddy. She ruffled his hair. But first, your mum and I have something to show everyone. We gathered everyone around my laptop where our new website was ready to launch. Second Chances, Family Healing Through Medical Crisis, read the header. It's beautiful, Mom whispered. Click the forum section, Melanie urged. Show them the messages. Hundreds of posts filled the screen. People sharing their stories of family rifts, medical crises, online harassment. More importantly, stories of healing, reconciliation, and hope. This is just the beginning, I said. We're partnering with 5 other hospitals to expand the program. And look at this. Melanie opened her phone to show a viral post. Our story, shared thousands of times. But instead of lies and accusations, it was filled with messages of support and inspiration. Mom? Aurora tugged at my sleeve. Can I tell them about my project? I nodded, and she ran inside, returning with a carefully wrapped package. Inside was a piece of pottery she'd made in art class, deliberately broken and repaired with gold-painted lines. It's kintsugi, she explained proudly, like you and Aunt Mel, broken but better now. Melanie started crying, which made Mum cry, which made Deborah pretend she wasn't crying. To Second Chances, Luca raised his water glass, and to families who find their way back to each other. To Kidney Sisters, Melanie added with a watery laugh. To healing, Mom said softly. I looked around at my expanded family, not perfect, still healing, but stronger in our broken places. The fairy lights twinkled overhead, and somewhere I felt Brody smiling. To all of it, I said, The breaks and the healing, the truth and the reconciliation, the family we lost and the family we found. As everyone clinked glasses, Aurora placed her pottery creation in the center of the table. A broken bowl made whole again, its golden seams catching the light like promises kept, like hope restored, like love that survives even the deepest wounds. "Ready to change some lives?" Melanie asked. I looked at my sister, my mother, my children, my friends. "We already have." The autumn breeze carried the scent of coffee from the hospital's outdoor cafe, where I sat with Roberto, reviewing our latest case files. 5 more families enrolled in the program this week, he said, sliding over a folder. 2 dealing with transplant issues, 3 with online harassment. "Any as dramatic as my family?" He smiled. "Thankfully, no. But they all need help." My phone buzzed, a text from Melanie. "Turn on the news now." I pulled up the live stream on my tablet, just as my sister appeared before a congressional committee, her voice strong and clear. "Social media harassment destroys lives," she was saying. "My own actions nearly cost my sister her children, her career, everything she'd worked for. We need stronger laws protecting people from digital abuse." Roberto watched with me. "She's come a long way from posting those lies. We all have." I gestured to the hospital's new transplant support wing behind us, where Mom was leading a family counseling session. Through the window, I could see her gentle smile, her patient nods, a different woman from the manipulator who'd torn us apart. "Vivienne," a familiar voice made me turn. Mrs. Peterson, my former patient, stood there beaming. "I hoped I'd find you here. My daughter needs a kidney, and after reading your story..." "Sit," I pulled out a chair. "Tell me everything." As she spoke, I noticed Kirk and Aurora arriving with Deborah for their after-school volunteer shift. At 13 and 11 now, they spent their free time helping in the children's ward, sharing their experience as a transplant family. "Mom," Aurora ran over. "Guess what? My anti-bullying presentation got chosen for the school assembly." "That's wonderful, sweetheart. Mrs. Peterson, these are my children, living proof that families can survive anything together." My phone buzzed again. Melanie had finished her testimony. "Legislation passed. Coming home to celebrate." The celebration ended up at Brody's bench in the park near our homes. We'd restored it after Mom moved to the neighborhood, making it our family's gathering spot. The plaque now read, "In memory of Brody, where broken hearts learn to heal." "I wish Dad could see this," Melanie said, sitting between Mom and me. "All of us together, helping others." "He can," Mom squeezed her hand, "just like Brody can." Speaking of helping others, I pulled out some papers. "Remember that house next to mine, the one that went up for sale?" Melanie's eyes widened. "You didn't." "We did. Mom and I bought it together. It's going to be our first Second Chances transitional home, for families going through medical crises or rebuilding after online harassment." "Like a safe house?" Kirk asked. "Exactly. Somewhere people can heal, physically and emotionally. With built-in support right next door," Mom added. "Plus, the hospital programs, counseling." Deborah arrived with a cake decorated with a golden kidney design. "Celebrating another milestone." "Several," I laughed. "Melanie's testimony, the new safe house, Aurora's presentation." "And this," Melanie pulled out her phone, showing us her latest viral post. But this one was different. It was the story of her lies, her illness, our healing, and the thousands of lives we'd touched since. The comments section overflowed with support. "Your program saved my family. Finally told my brother I'll be his donor. Thank you for showing us that redemption is possible. Remember when we thought social media would destroy us?" I asked Melanie. "Now it's how we save others." She hugged me carefully, still mindful of our scars, though they'd long since healed. Aurora placed her latest art project on the bench, another kintsugi piece, this one a heart with golden seams. "For the safe house," she said, "so people know broken things can be beautiful." Mom wiped her eyes. "When did our children get so wise?" "They learned from experience," I said. "We all did. As the sun set, casting golden light across our gathering, I thought about the journey that brought us here. The lies that nearly destroyed us had become truth that helped others. The sister who tried to ruin me now fought to protect others from the same mistakes. The mother who manipulated us had learned to support instead. Penny for your thoughts, Melanie nudged me. Just thinking about karma. How sometimes the worst things lead to the best changes. Deep thoughts for a kidney sister, she teased. Speaking of karma, Mom called from the bench, your next support group is waiting. Through the twilight, I could see them gathering, families bearing invisible scars, seeking the healing we'd found. They carried their broken pieces, ready to learn about golden seams. Ready? I asked Melanie. She looked at our family, Mom arranging refreshments, the kids setting up chairs, Deborah hanging fairy lights in the trees, and smiled. Together, she said, taking my hand. We walked toward our waiting group, whole in our brokenness, stronger in our healing, ready to show others the way home. Behind us, Aurora's golden heart caught the last rays of sun, shining like a beacon of hope. A promise that even the deepest wounds could become the most beautiful scars.
I always imagined my wedding would be perfect, not in that over-the-top, Pinterest board way, but perfect for me. The late October weather was playing along beautifully, with just enough autumn chill to justify the long sleeves of my dress. Everything was going according to plan, until my sister Ava grabbed the microphone. My name is Reagan, and I should have known better than to think I could have one day that wasn't about her. Before the happy couple has their first dance, Ava's voice rang through the speakers, her smile dazzling as always. I have a special announcement that will make this day even more magical. I felt Kaysen's hand tighten around mine. My new husband knew as well as I did that Ava never made small announcements. Louis and I, she paused for dramatic effect, one hand resting on her stomach, are expecting. The reception hall erupted in cheers. My mother, Georgia, practically leaped from her seat, tears already streaming down her face. Dad was beaming. And me? I was frozen, watching my carefully orchestrated wedding reception transform into my sister's impromptu baby shower. Can you believe it? My mother gushed, rushing past me to embrace Ava. A wedding and a baby announcement. This is the happiest day of my life. Victoria, my best friend and maid of honor, leaned close to my ear. That's weird. Didn't Ava post about doing tequila shots last weekend? The memory hit me like a splash of ice water. I'd seen those Instagram stories too. Ava, at her favorite bar, definitely not drinking like someone in their first trimester. Reagan, honey, Ava called out, waving me over. Come here, sis. You're going to be an aunt. I plastered on my best crisis management smile, the one I use for work when clients are spiraling, and walked over. Ava pulled me into a tight hug, whispering, "Isn't this amazing? Now we both have something special." That's when I caught it, the faint smell of champagne on her breath. "When are you due?" I asked, loud enough for others to hear. "Oh, Ava's eyes flickered momentarily. "Early May. We're so excited." Louis, standing awkwardly nearby, looked as surprised as anyone. "Yeah, excited," he echoed, though his face told a different story. The rest of the reception became the Ava show. My first dance with Kaysen, interrupted by people congratulating my sister. The cake cutting, overshadowed by discussions of baby names. Even my father's toast somehow turned into a celebration of becoming a grandfather. "You okay?" Kaysen asked as we swayed to what was supposed to be our spotlight dance. "She's lying," I whispered back. "She's not pregnant." Kaysen's steps faltered. "Are you sure? Remember last month when she borrowed money for her emergency IUD replacement? The one Mom and Dad couldn't know about." "Jesus," Kaysen muttered. "Why would she?" "Because she's Ava," I said, watching my sister hold court at her table, one hand perpetually resting on her flat stomach. "And she can't stand when someone else has the spotlight." Victoria appeared at my elbow with a fresh glass of champagne. "Want me to accidentally spill this on her white dress? It's your call, bride's privilege." I shook my head, taking the champagne for myself. No, I have a better idea. Reagan. Victoria's tone was warning. That's your "I'm about to do something crazy" face. Not crazy, I corrected, watching Ava pose for yet another photo, this one with her hand on her non-existent bump, while my mother dabbed at her eyes in the background. Strategic. I work in digital crisis management. When influencers and celebrities mess up, I'm the one who helps them navigate the fallout. I know exactly how to build someone up online and exactly how to watch them fall. What are you thinking? Kei-san asked, concern evident in his voice. I took a long sip of champagne, my eyes never leaving my sister. I'm thinking it's time everyone sees the real Ava, every lie, every manipulation, every fake story she's ever told. That sounds like revenge, Victoria said quietly. No, I replied, setting down my empty glass. That sounds like karma. Later that night, after the guests had gone and Ava had posted no fewer than 12 wedding photos, all featuring her baby announcement, I sat in my hotel room, still in my wedding dress, and created a new private Instagram account. The bio read simply, "The truth about Ava Norris." Kaysen found me there, hunched over my phone. "Come to bed, Reagan. It's been a long day." "It has," I agreed, but I didn't move. "And tomorrow's going to be even longer." I looked up at my new husband, tears finally breaking free. "She couldn't let me have one day, Kaysen. Just one day that was mine." He wrapped his arms around me, and I let myself cry. For my ruined wedding, for years of being second best, for every time I'd swallowed my feelings to keep the peace. But these would be my last tears over Ava. From now on, she'd be the one crying. "You're being awfully supportive," Victoria said, eyeing me suspiciously over her coffee cup. We were sitting in my home office, a week after the wedding, surrounded by social media analytics and engagement metrics. "Of course I am," I replied, clicking through Ava's latest Instagram post, a carefully staged photo of her browsing baby clothes. "I'm the caring big sister who's thrilled about becoming an aunt. And the fact that you've created 3 separate spreadsheets tracking her social media activity is just sisterly devotion." I spun my laptop around to show Victoria the numbers. "Look at her engagement rates. She's gained 10,000 followers since the announcement. Brands are already reaching out for sponsored maternity content. Reagan, did you know she's already signed deals with 2 baby furniture companies?" I pulled up another spreadsheet. "They're sending her free stuff in exchange for monthly bump updates." Victoria leaned back in her chair. "This is what you do for work, isn't it? Track everything before the fall?" I finished. "Exactly. I've managed enough influencer scandals to know how this works. The higher they climb, the harder they crash." My phone buzzed. A text from Mom. "Ava's having terrible morning sickness. Can you bring over some ginger tea?" "Perfect timing," I muttered, grabbing my keys. "Want to watch a performance?" 20 minutes later, we found Ava sprawled dramatically on our parents' couch, looking suspiciously well made up for someone supposedly suffering from morning sickness. "I brought your favorite tea," I announced, setting the bag down. "And some crackers." "You're the best," Ava beamed, then quickly covered her mouth, pretending to gag. Oh God, the nausea. Mom rushed to her side. "Maybe we should call the doctor." "No," Ava said quickly. "I mean, it's normal, right? Every pregnancy is different." "Speaking of different," I said casually, "I was thinking we should document everything. Your first pregnancy journey. We could start a blog, maybe do weekly updates." Ava's eyes lit up exactly as I knew they would. "Really? You'd help me with that?" "Of course. What kind of social media expert would I be if I didn't help my baby sister share her joy with the world?" Victoria coughed to hide what I suspected was a laugh. "We could do a gender reveal." Mom clapped her hands excitedly. "Something big, with lots of photos." "Actually," I said, pulling out my tablet, "I was thinking we could do something even better, a live-streamed series, following Ava's entire journey. Weekly check-ins, doctor visits, nursery planning." I watched Ava's face carefully. There it was, The tiniest flicker of panic. Live streams, she asked, her voice slightly higher than normal. It's perfect for building your brand, I assured her. Your followers will love the authenticity. I don't know if I want to share everything, Ava backpedaled. Some things should be private. Since when? Victoria muttered under her breath. I pressed on. We could start small, maybe just document your first ultrasound appointment. When is that scheduled for? Oh, Ava shifted uncomfortably. The doctor's been so busy. I'll call right now. Mom reached for her phone. Dr. Martinez always has openings for existing patients. No, Ava practically shouted. I already have one scheduled, with a new doctor, a specialist. I pulled out my phone, opening my notes app. Great. What's their name? I'll add them to the content calendar. Ava stood up suddenly. I'm feeling nauseous again. Bathroom. As she rushed out, I noticed something fall from her purse. Picking it up, I found myself staring at a receipt from a pharmacy dated 3 days ago. For tampons. Victoria peered over my shoulder. Well. Girls, Mom called from the kitchen. Help me plan the baby shower. I'm thinking we could do it at the country club. I tucked the receipt into my pocket. Coming, Mom. I have lots of ideas for that too. Later that night, I sat in my home office again, updating my private Instagram account with a photo of the receipt. The caption read, "Interesting purchase for someone who's supposedly pregnant." The real Ava. My phone rang. It was Kason. How was Operation Support Sister? He asked. Productive, I replied, scrolling through years of Ava's social media history. Did you know she faked getting into Harvard 3 years ago? Reagan. She posted about her acceptance, got everyone excited, then claimed she decided to pursue her true passion instead. Mom and Dad never even saw the rejection letter. Are you sure you want to do this? I clicked on another old post. Ava, announcing she'd been scouted by a modeling agency. Another lie I'd watched everyone believe. She's been doing this our whole lives, Kason. The fake achievements, the made-up dramas, stealing everyone's big moments. Someone needs to show people who she really is. And that someone has to be you? I thought about my wedding day, about every birthday party turned into an Ava showcase, about years of being the responsible sister no one noticed. Yes, I said firmly. It has to be me. Oh my God, Reagan. Look at all these gifts, Ava squealed, surrounded by packages from her Amazon baby registry. The one I'd helped her create and accidentally shared with her entire following. Your followers are so generous, I said, snapping photos for her social media. Should we open them on live stream? Ava's smile faltered. Maybe not today. I'm feeling a bit queasy. Morning sickness again? I asked innocently. At 4 p.m.? It comes and goes, she mumbled, pushing aside a box of organic baby clothes. The doorbell rang, and Louis walked in, looking tired. Ava, we need to talk. Babe, look what everyone sent for the baby. She gestured at the mountain of gifts, but Louis wasn't smiling. That's actually what I wanted to discuss, he said, glancing at me. Privately. Oh, don't mind me, I said, settling deeper into the couch. I'm just documenting everything for the baby blog. Louis ran a hand through his hair. Ava, my mother's asking questions. She wants to know why we haven't had a doctor's appointment yet, why there's no ultrasound pictures. I told you I'm waiting for the specialist. What specialist? Louis demanded. You won't even tell me their name. I pulled out my phone, pretending to check emails while recording every word. You're stressing me out. Ava's voice cracked. It's not good for the baby. Is there even a... Get out, Ava screamed, tears streaming down her face. If you don't believe in me, in us, then just get out. Louis stared at her for a long moment before turning and walking away. The door slammed behind him. Ava collapsed onto the couch, sobbing. I waited, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. He doesn't understand, she whispered. Nobody understands. I'm here, I said softly. Talk to me. Ava looked up, her mascara running. For a moment, I saw my little sister again. not the carefully curated social media personality she'd become. "Everyone expects so much," she said. "They want me to be perfect, exciting, always doing something amazing." When I posted about the baby, the likes, "Reagan, I've never had so many people interested in my life. And now you're trapped," I finished, trying to ignore the twinge of sympathy in my chest. She nodded miserably. "I didn't think it through, but now there's all these gifts, and the sponsors, and Mom's already planning the shower." "You could tell the truth," Ava laughed bitterly. "And lose everything? Mom would never forgive me. My followers would destroy me. I'd be a joke." I thought about my private Instagram account, growing steadily with evidence of Ava's deceptions, about the plan I'd set in motion, about karma. "Remember when we were kids?" Ava asked suddenly. "When I used to pretend I was a famous movie star, you made me be your paparazzi," I recalled. "I followed you around with Mom's old camera. That was real," she said quietly. "That happiness, that feeling of being special. Now everything's fake, and I don't know how to make it real anymore." My phone buzzed, Victoria calling. I ignored it. "Sometimes," Ava continued, wiping her eyes, "I look at you, and I'm so jealous. You have a real career, a husband who loves you, actual skills. All I have is followers and likes, and," she gestured at the pile of gifts, "things I don't deserve." The twist in my gut grew stronger. This wasn't how revenge was supposed to feel. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from Victoria. "Check Ava's latest post comments. People are asking questions about the timeline. It's starting." "I should clean up," Ava said, standing. "Can't let my followers see me like this, right?" As she disappeared into the bathroom, I opened Instagram. The comments were filling with doubt. Wasn't she drinking at that club 2 weeks ago? Where are the ultrasound pics? Something seems off. I had what I wanted. The cracks were showing. People were catching on. So why did victory taste so bitter? My phone buzzed one more time. Mom sending a group text. "Baby shower planning meeting tomorrow. Can't wait to celebrate our little miracle." Ava emerged from the bathroom. Makeup perfect again, phone in hand. "The baby furniture company wants weekly bump photos," she said, voice shaking. "What am I going to do?" I looked at my sister, really looked at her. Behind the filters and carefully crafted posts was a scared young woman who'd built her whole identity on being extraordinary, even if it meant lying to get there. "I'll help you figure it out," I heard myself say. "Really?" Hope flickered across her face. I nodded, even as my revenge plan screamed in protest. "Really?" But as Ava hugged me, I couldn't help wondering, was I offering to help her face the truth, or was I just promising to help her dig a deeper hole? Either way, we were both running out of time to decide. "You're enabling her," Victoria said, pacing around my office. "I just watched you help her stuff a pillow under her dress for that 12-week bump update photo." I minimized the window, showing my sister's soaring engagement rates. "I'm building evidence." "Are you? Because it looks like you're helping her scam thousands of people, including your parents." Before I could respond, my phone lit up with Mom's call. "Reagan, is Ava with you? She missed the prenatal yoga class I scheduled." "She wasn't feeling well," I lied smoothly. "But don't worry, I'm taking good care of her." "You're such a wonderful sister," Mom gushed. "I was just telling my book club how blessed Ava is to have you supporting her through this pregnancy." Victoria rolled her eyes dramatically as I ended the call. "Speaking of support," I said, pulling up a spreadsheet, "the baby registry fundraiser just hit $10,000. $10,000. Victoria stopped pacing. "Reagan, that's fraud." "It's evidence," I corrected. "Every donation, every gift, every sponsored post, it's all documented. When this breaks, it won't be a simple scandal. It'll be criminal." The office door opened, and Kaysen walked in, looking concerned. "Louis just called me. He's worried about Ava." "Join the club," Victoria muttered. "He says she's acting erratic, avoiding him, making excuses about doctor appointments." Kaysen sat on the edge of my desk. He asked if we knew anything. I closed my laptop. "What did you tell him?" "Nothing, but Reagan, this is getting out of hand. The country club called about the baby shower deposit, and your mom's already ordered custom party favors. My phone pinged with an Instagram notification. Ava had just posted a tearful story about pregnancy hormones, making her emotional. The comments were flooding in with support and heart emojis. I need to go check on her, I said, standing. You mean help her dig deeper? Victoria challenged. I grabbed my keys. I mean, make sure my sister hasn't completely lost her mind. I found Ava in her apartment, surrounded by pregnancy books and crying over her laptop. I can't keep track of all the lies, she sobbed. Someone asked me about my first trimester symptoms, and I said I had weird cravings for spicy food. But apparently, that's not even a real pregnancy thing. Ava and Lewis's mom keep sending me articles about prenatal care, asking which tests I've had done. I don't even know what a nuchal translucency scan is. I sat beside her, noting how her bump pillow was slipping. Maybe it's time to. I can't tell the truth. She grabbed my arm. Mom's so happy. Dad's already bought a crib, and all these people who've sent gifts and money. Reagan, help me fix this. The desperation in her voice was raw, real. For once, there were no filters, no perfectly staged photos. Just my little sister, terrified of her own lies. My phone buzzed. A comment notification from my anonymous account. Has anyone else noticed Ava's bump looks different in every photo? Something's not adding up. The baby shower's in 3 weeks, Ava continued, wiping her eyes. Maybe I could fake a miscarriage before then. People would sympathize, right? You could help me write the announcement. Stop, I said sharply. Just stop. But you want to fake a miscarriage? Do you have any idea how that would affect women who've actually been through that trauma? Ava blinked. I didn't think. That's the problem. You never think about how your lies affect others. You just keep going, bigger and bigger, until a knock at the door cut me off. Through the window, I saw Lewis standing outside. Oh God, Ava whispered, clutching her fake bump. I can't face him. Ava, Lewis called. I know you're in there. We need to talk about the doctor's appointment tomorrow. I looked at my sister, at the fear in her eyes, at the mountain of lies threatening to bury her. Then I looked at my phone, at the draft post, ready to expose everything. One click, and it would all come crashing down. The evidence was overwhelming. The fake registry, the sponsored posts, the thousands of dollars in gifts and donations. I could end this right now. Please, Ava whispered. Help me. Lewis knocked again, more insistent this time. I made my decision. Go clean yourself up, I told Ava. I'll handle Lewis. As she disappeared into the bathroom, I opened the door to face Lewis's worried expression. Is she okay? He asked immediately. I paused, the truth burning on my tongue. She's resting. Behind me, I heard Ava's muffled sobs. In my pocket, my phone buzzed with more suspicious comments. And somewhere in my conscience, a voice that sounded suspiciously like Victoria's whispered, "What are you doing?" But I just smiled at Lewis and said, "Everything's fine. She'll call you later about the appointment." Another lie to protect my sister. But as I closed the door, I wondered who I was really protecting anymore. The baby shower is this weekend, Mom announced, arranging pink and blue balloons around the country club's entrance. And still no word on whether it's a boy or girl. Ava, darling, can't you give us a hint? I watched my sister freeze, her hand instinctively touching the increasingly elaborate fake bump she'd constructed. We wanted to be a surprise. But the gender reveal was supposed to be the highlight of the shower. Mom's face fell. I ordered this beautiful cake that changes color when you cut it. Maybe we could do something else special instead, I interrupted, catching Ava's panicked look. Like a live ultrasound photo reveal. Ava's face went pale. No, that's too private. Mom's eyes narrowed. Come to think of it, we haven't seen any ultrasound photos at all. The silence that followed was deafening. I could practically hear Ava's heart racing. Actually, I said, pulling out my phone. Ava sent me one last week. Let me find it. You did? Ava's voice cracked. I pulled up a carefully edited ultrasound image I'd created days ago. Insurance against exactly this kind of moment. Here it is. Mom squealed with delight, but Louis, who'd been quietly arranging gift tables, walked over with a frown. I didn't know you had an ultrasound last week, he said. I thought you canceled that appointment. I rescheduled it, Ava stammered. You were busy with work, and Reagan offered to come with me. That's funny, Louis continued, his voice hardening, because I called every OBGYN in the area. None of them have you as a patient. The balloon Mom was holding slipped from her fingers and drifted to the ceiling. What do you mean, none of them? She asked. Ava. Louis stepped closer. What's going on? I watched my sister's carefully constructed world begin to crumble. Her hands trembled as she clutched her fake bump, mascara already starting to run. I can explain, she whispered. Explain what? Mom demanded. Ava, why wouldn't you be registered with a doctor when you're 5 months pregnant? Because she's not pregnant, Louis said quietly. Are you, Ava? The country club door swung open, and Victoria walked in, stopping short at the scene before her. Oh shit. Of course she's pregnant, Mom protested. Look at her. We've all seen her growing. We've been planning this shower for weeks. She's got thousands of followers tracking her journey. Mrs. Harper, Louis cut in. When was the last time you actually saw Ava without loose clothes or that oversized coat? Ava backed away, bumping into a table of gifts. A stuffed animal toppled to the floor. Reagan, she pleaded, looking at me. Help me. I felt everyone's eyes turn to me. This was it, the moment I'd been orchestrating for weeks. The perfect public revelation of Ava's lies. But seeing her there, cornered and terrified, I hesitated. I started. Reagan knows everything, Victoria suddenly announced. She's been documenting all of it. Mom spun to face me. What is she talking about? My phone felt heavy in my pocket, loaded with evidence. The fake registry, the edited photos, the suspicious receipts, everything needed to destroy my sister's carefully crafted illusion. Show them, Victoria urged. Show them what she's been doing. Ava's eyes met mine, filled with tears, and something else, resignation. She knew I had the power to end this right now. I can't do this anymore, Ava suddenly announced, her voice shaking. She reached under her dress and pulled out the elaborate padding. Mom, Louis, I'm so sorry. The stuffing fell to the floor with a soft thud. Mom's hand flew to her mouth. All those people who sent gifts, Louis said, his voice hollow. The money they donated. I'll pay everyone back, Ava sobbed. I'll explain everything. Just please don't hate me. Mom sank into a nearby chair, staring at the fake bump on the floor. Why? She whispered. Why would you do this? I stepped forward, ready to share the evidence I'd gathered, ready to expose every calculated move in Ava's deception. But looking at my sister, really looking at her, I saw something I'd missed before, the same desperate need for approval I'd always felt myself. Because, I heard myself say, sometimes living up to expectations feels impossible. Victoria shot me a sharp look. This wasn't the exposure we'd planned. The shower's in 2 days, Mom said faintly. All those people coming. I'll handle it, I said, making a decision that would change everything. I'm a crisis manager. This is what I do. Ava looked at me with confusion and hope. You'll help me? Yes, I replied, deleting the draft post I'd prepared exposing her lies. But this time, we're going to tell the truth. The question was, could any of us handle what that truth would reveal about our family? You can't just cancel a baby shower with 50 guests coming tomorrow, Mom said, pacing our family living room. What will people think? They'll think whatever we tell them, I replied, typing rapidly on my laptop. That's the point of crisis management. Ava sat curled in the corner of the couch, looking smaller than I'd seen her in years. I could still fake a miscarriage. No, Louis and I said simultaneously. Dad cleared his throat from his armchair. I don't understand. Why did you feel you needed to make this up? Because being just Ava was never enough. she burst out. Reagan's the successful one, the smart one, the one with the real career. I'm just the pretty sister with the Instagram account. That's not true, Mom protested. You're special in your own way. Really? Ava's laugh was bitter. Name one real achievement of mine you've celebrated that wasn't based on a lie. The silence that followed was devastating. See? Ava whispered. Even you can't think of anything. My fingers paused over the keyboard. I thought about all the times I'd resented Ava's spotlight, never considering how artificial that light might feel to her. The shower starts at 2 tomorrow, Victoria said, checking her phone. We need a plan. I have one, I said. We're still having the shower, but instead of it being a baby shower, it's going to be a confession. What? Ava shot up. I can't. You can, and you will. I turned my laptop to show them the draft of the statement I'd prepared. You're going to tell the truth, but we're going to control the narrative. How exactly do you control I faked a pregnancy for attention? Lewis asked. By making it about mental health, social media pressure, and the toxic culture of constant performance, I explained. Ava's going to admit everything, apologize sincerely, and announce she's taking steps to get help. Help? Mom frowned. What kind of help? I've already called Dr. Sanders, I said, referring to my own therapist. She's willing to take Ava on as a patient. This isn't just about the fake pregnancy. It's about why Ava felt she needed to create this fiction in the first place. And the gifts? Dad asked. The money. All being returned with personal apology notes. Victoria chimed in, holding up a stack of envelopes. I've been working on them all afternoon. Ava stood up shakily. Can I see the statement? I handed her my laptop. As she read, tears began rolling down her cheeks. This makes me sound human, she said, finally. Not just crazy or attention-seeking. Because you are human, I replied. And humans make mistakes. Some bigger than others, Lewis muttered. Lewis, I turned to him. You need to decide right now if you're staying or going. Because if you stay, you need to support this narrative. No angry accusations, no public recriminations. He looked at Ava for a long moment. I need some air, he said finally, and walked out. Mom started to cry. Where did we go wrong? How did we not see this coming? Maybe because we were too busy seeing what we wanted to see, Dad said quietly. In both our daughters. My phone buzzed. Another comment on Ava's latest post, questioning the authenticity of her pregnancy. The whispers were turning into shouts. We need to post the statement tonight, I said, before the rumors get worse. Tonight? Ava paled. I'm not ready. You'll never be ready, Victoria said gently. But you need to do it anyway. Ava took a deep breath, then pulled out her phone. Her fingers hovered over the screen. What if everyone hates me? Some people will, I said honestly. But others will understand, and more importantly, you'll finally be free of the lies. Will you? She looked at me pleadingly. Will you help me film it? I nodded, picking up my phone. Just speak from the heart. Tell the truth. The whole truth, she asked, glancing at our parents. I understood what she meant. The truth wasn't just about the fake pregnancy. It was about years of pressure, of feeling inadequate, of our family's complicated dynamics. The whole truth, I confirmed. It's time. Mom and Dad watched silently as I set up the lighting, positioned Ava on the couch, and started recording. Hi everyone, Ava began, her voice trembling. I need to tell you something important, something I should have told you weeks ago. As she spoke, I watched our parents' faces, saw the shock, the pain, and finally, the understanding dawn, as Ava revealed not just what she'd done, but why she'd done it. I'm sorry, she finished, tears streaming freely now. To everyone I've deceived, to my family, to myself. Tomorrow I'm facing everyone in person to apologize. And then I'm getting help to become someone I can be proud of, someone real. I stopped recording and looked at the time. In less than 24 hours, we'd face a room full of people expecting a baby shower and getting a confession instead. "Are you ready for tomorrow?" Victoria asked softly. Ava wiped her eyes, straightened her shoulders, and for the first time in weeks, looked truly like herself. "No," she said, "but I'm doing it anyway." The country club ballroom felt suffocating. Despite the high ceilings and open windows, guests filtered in, cooing over the decorations and piling gifts on the designated table. Each present felt like another brick in the wall of guilt we'd have to tear down. "They're all here," Victoria whispered, checking her phone. "Ava's video has over 100,000 views already." I watched my sister standing by the entrance, greeting guests with trembling hands. She'd chosen a fitted dress today. No more hiding behind fake bumps or loose clothing. "Where's Louis?" I asked. "Haven't seen him," Victoria replied. But the comments on the video are surprisingly supportive. A lot of women sharing similar stories about social media pressure. Mom appeared beside us, clutching a glass of wine. Several people are asking about the gender reveal cake. "There won't be a reveal, Mom," I reminded her gently. "Just a revelation." Ava's voice cut through the growing crowd. Can I have everyone's attention, please?" The room quieted. Phones came out, ready to document what they thought would be a joyous announcement. Instead, they'd witness something far more raw. "First, I want to thank you all for coming," Ava began, her voice shaking. "And I need to apologize, because I've been lying to all of you." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I moved closer to my sister, ready to support her if she faltered. "I'm not pregnant," Ava continued. "I never was. The posts, the updates, the registry, it was all fake." Gasps filled the room. Someone dropped a glass. "I know many of you sent gifts and donations," she pressed on, even as tears started falling. "Everything will be returned with my deepest apologies. But more than the material things, I need to apologize for betraying your trust." "How could you?" a voice called out. "Do you know how many people you've hurt?" "Yes," Ava replied, surprising me with her steadiness. "I do. Every comment, every like, every donation felt like another weight crushing me. But I couldn't stop, because for once in my life, people were seeing me." The back door opened, and Louis walked in quietly, standing at the edge of the crowd. "The truth is," Ava continued, "I've been living a carefully curated lie. Not just these past weeks, but for years. Always trying to be extraordinary, because being ordinary felt like failing." I saw Mom wipe away tears, Dad's arm tight around her shoulders. "Social media made it easy to fake perfection," Ava said. "To create a life that looked amazing from the outside. But inside, I was drowning in lies, desperate for validation I couldn't give myself." "So you decided to fake a pregnancy?" someone asked incredulously. "No," Ava shook her head. "I decided to fake being happy. The pregnancy was just the biggest lie in a long string of them. And I'm done lying." She pulled out her phone, opened Instagram, and held it up for everyone to see. "Right now, I'm deleting my influencer account. All the sponsored posts, all the fake achievements, all gone. I'm starting therapy tomorrow, learning to be real instead of just looking real." Her finger hovered over the delete button. The room held its breath. "Wait," Louis's voice cut through the tension. He walked forward, stopping in front of Ava. "Are you doing this for you or for them?" Ava looked at him, really looked at him. Perhaps for the first time in months. "For me," she said firmly. "I want to be someone who doesn't need likes to feel worthy." Louis nodded slowly. "Then I'm staying." "Even after everything?" "Even after everything." Ava pressed delete. The account that had consumed her life disappeared in an instant. "I know this isn't the baby shower you expected," she addressed the crowd again, "and I understand if you can't forgive me, but I hope my story can help someone else who's struggling with the pressure to be perfect." Silence filled the room. Then, from the back, someone started clapping. Others joined in, not in celebration, but in acknowledgement of raw honesty. I stepped forward, taking Ava's hand. "The gifts will be returned tomorrow," I announced. and any donations will be refunded by the end of the week. Actually, a woman spoke up, one of Mom's book club friends. Could you donate my gift to the women's shelter instead? They always need baby supplies. Others began nodding, murmuring agreement. We'll coordinate the donations, Victoria offered, already making notes on her phone. Gradually, people began approaching Ava, not to condemn, but to share. Stories of their own social media struggles, of pressure to perform, of lies they'd lived. You did it, I whispered to my sister. She squeezed my hand. No, we did it. I couldn't have faced this alone. You're not alone, Lewis said, taking her other hand. Not anymore. As the crowd mingled, sharing stories and tears, Mom and Dad joined us. We need to talk, Dad said, as a family, about everything. Ava nodded. No more pretending. No more pretending, Mom agreed, pulling both her daughters into a hug. The baby shower had become something else entirely, not a celebration of new life, but of rebirth. And looking at my sister, stripped of filters and fakery, I saw something I'd missed before. She was finally, truly beginning to glow. Ready for your first day? I asked, watching Ava adjust her name badge in the office bathroom mirror. As ready as I'll ever be, she replied, smoothing down her blazer. Thanks for helping me get this job. Hey, our crisis management firm needs good social media coordinators. Just try not to fake any client pregnancies. She laughed. A real laugh, not the practiced giggle from her influencer days. One identity crisis per lifetime is enough. Thanks. Victoria poked her head in. Staff meeting in 5. The new clients waiting. Walking into the conference room, I watched Ava take her seat beside me, opening a fresh notebook. No phone in sight. Part of her ongoing digital detox. Before we start, our director announced, I want to acknowledge the elephant in the room. Yes, Ava is Reagan's sister. Yes, she's the one from that viral confession video. And yes, that's exactly why we hired her. Who better to help clients navigate social media scandals than someone who's lived through one? Ava blushed, but held her head high. 3 months of therapy had given her a different kind of confidence, quieter, but more real. Speaking of scandals, Victoria pulled up a presentation. Our new client is dealing with. The conference room door burst open. Mom stood there looking flustered. Sorry to interrupt, she said, but this couldn't wait. She thrust a paper toward Ava. Look what came in the mail. Ava read it, her eyes widening. I got accepted. To the journalism program? Full scholarship, Mom beamed. The admissions board was particularly impressed by your personal essay about social media ethics and accountability. The room erupted in congratulations. I felt my throat tighten with unexpected emotion. Mom, I said quietly, you never burst into my office when I got my crisis management certification. The room went silent. Mom's smile faltered. You're right, she said slowly. I didn't. Because I always expected you to succeed, Reagan. You were the reliable one, the achiever. I never worried about you. Maybe you should have, I replied. Maybe we both needed you to worry sometimes. Ava reached for my hand under the table. I'm not the only one who's been in therapy, am I? I squeezed her hand back. Let's just say Dr. Sanders has been busy with both Nora's sisters. Girls, Mom said, pulling up a chair, apparently forgetting this was a business meeting. I've been doing a lot of thinking about how I treated you both. Ava, I enabled your need for attention because I was afraid you'd fail otherwise. And Reagan, I neglected your need for validation because I assumed you didn't need it. Mrs. Harper, our director interrupted gently. Perhaps this conversation. No, I said firmly. This needs to happen right here because everyone in this room has seen our family's mess play out online. They should see the cleanup too. Victoria started recording on her phone. For the case studies, she whispered. I'm proud of both of you, Mom continued. Not for what you achieve, but for who you are. Ava, your honesty in facing your mistakes. Reagan, your strength in supporting your sister even when you wanted revenge. You knew about that? I asked, surprised. Please, Mom smiled. I raised you both. You think I didn't see your anonymous Instagram account gathering evidence? Ava turned to me. You really deleted all of it? The night you decided to tell the truth, I confirmed. Because that took more courage than my revenge ever could. Speaking of courage, Victoria interjected. Lewis wanted me to remind you about dinner tonight. Something about a special announcement. Ava twisted her hands nervously. He's taking me to meet his family. For real this time. No fake stories, no filtered photos. Just me. They'll love you, I assured her. Maybe, she shrugged. But more importantly, I like who I am now. Most days, anyway. Mom stood up, finally remembering this was a workplace. I should go. But dinner Sunday, both of you, your father's cooking. Dad's cooking. Ava and I exchanged alarmed looks. Maybe we should stick to takeout. The laughter that followed felt genuine, unforced. As Mom left and our meeting resumed, I watched Ava take notes, ask questions, engage with our team, without once reaching for her phone to document the moment. Later, as we grabbed coffee from the break room, she turned to me. You know what's weird? I have fewer followers now than ever, but I've never felt more seen. That's because people are finally seeing you, not your highlight reel. Including you? She asked softly. I thought about my wedding day, about the months of plotting revenge, about the moment I chose truth over retribution. Especially me, I replied. Though I still think you owe me a drama-free wedding do-over. Deal, she grinned. But this time, I promise, no announcements, no stealing the spotlight, and definitely no fake babies. I'll drink to that. Victoria peered with 3 coffee cups. To the Norris sisters, finally keeping it real. We clinked our paper cups together, leaving lipstick marks and laughter in the quiet of the break room. Outside, life continued its messy, unfiltered way, but for once, neither of us felt the need to perfect it.
I should have known something was wrong when I saw my sister's smirk. The same smirk she'd worn since we were kids, right before she'd take something that belonged to me. My name is Mila, and this was supposed to be my perfect 28th birthday celebration. The restaurant's private room buzzed with conversation and laughter. Crystal glasses clinked, and the warm glow of pendant lights cast everyone in a flattering light. Even my boyfriend Tucker seemed extra attentive, though he kept checking his phone every few minutes. Speech! Speech! My mother Kendra's voice rose above the chatter. She stood, wine glass in hand, her designer dress catching the light. I want to thank everyone for coming to celebrate our beautiful Mila's birthday. I smiled, squeezing Tucker's hand under the table. He squeezed back, but something felt off. His palm was sweaty. Actually, my sister Serenity's voice cut through the moment like a knife. Tucker and I have an announcement to make. The room fell silent. I watched, frozen, as Serenity stood up, her perfectly manicured hand resting on Tucker's shoulder. He rose beside her, avoiding my gaze. We're engaged! Serenity thrust out her left hand, where my grandmother's diamond ring, the one Tucker and I had discussed just last month, sparkled on her finger. The room erupted in confused murmurs. My father Devon's fork clattered against his plate. What's going on here? Tucker and I have been in love for months, Serenity announced, her voice dripping with false sweetness. We didn't want to hurt anyone, but we couldn't deny our feelings anymore. I sat there, my birthday cake untouched in front of me, as my world imploded in slow motion. Mila, Tucker finally spoke, his voice strained. I'm sorry. It just happened. Just happened? I found my voice, standing so quickly my chair scraped against the floor. Things don't just happen, Tucker. You make choices. Vicente, our family friend and my father's business partner, stepped forward. This is completely inappropriate. It's Mila's birthday, for God's sake. Oh, please. Serenity rolled her eyes. Mila always gets everything. The attention, the praise, Daddy's approval. Maybe it's time she learned she can't have it all. Our mother gasped. Serenity, that's enough. But Serenity wasn't finished. She wrapped her arm around Tucker's waist, that familiar smirk playing on her lips. Besides, Tucker and I make much more sense together. We're both ambitious, forward-thinking. Mila's always been content with mediocrity. The room fell dead silent. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, waiting for my reaction. My hands trembled, but I refused to give her the satisfaction of seeing me cry. You know what, Serenity? I met her gaze steadily. You're right about one thing. This makes perfect sense. You two deserve each other. I grabbed my purse and headed for the door, but turned back one last time. Oh, and Tucker, that ring you're so proud of giving her? Grandmother left it to me in her will. So technically, you just gave my sister stolen property. Tucker's face paled. Serenity's smirk faltered for the first time. Mila, wait! My father called after me, but I was already pushing through the restaurant's main doors into the cool night air. Vicente caught up with me in the parking lot. Let me drive you home. I'm fine, I insisted, fumbling with my car keys. You're shaking, he observed quietly. And you've had wine. Let me help. I relented, handing him my keys. As we drove in silence, my phone buzzed repeatedly with messages. Probably my parents, maybe even Tucker trying to explain. I turned it off. You handled that with incredible grace, Vicente said finally. I laughed bitterly. Grace? I just had my birthday ruined, my boyfriend stolen, and my sister. I trailed off, remembering something. Vicente, last week when you mentioned those discrepancies in the company accounts, was Serenity involved with those reports? He glanced at me sharply. Why do you ask? Because my sister just proved she's capable of anything. I stared out the window, watching the city lights blur past. And I think it's time someone looked closer at exactly what she's been up to. Vicente was quiet for a moment. The financial records are in my office. We could start there. For the first time that evening, I felt something other than hurt and humiliation. I felt purpose. Yes, I nodded slowly. We could start there. As Vicente pulled up to my apartment, I caught my reflection in the window. I didn't see a victim. I saw someone ready to fight back. Serenity might think she'd won tonight, but she'd forgotten one crucial thing about me. I always finish what I start, and this was just the beginning. The morning after my disaster of a birthday, I walked into my parents' house to collect the gifts I'd left behind. I hadn't expected anyone to be there, but I found my mother sitting at the kitchen island, staring into her coffee cup. Honey, she jumped up when she saw me. I've been calling you all night. My phone died, I lied, reaching for the stack of presents on the counter. We need to talk about what happened. She grabbed my arm gently. Your father and I had no idea about Tucker and Serenity. We're just as shocked as you are. Are you? I pulled away. Because Serenity's been pulling stunts like this since we were kids. Remember my prom date? My college graduation party? She always has to make everything about her. That's different, Mila. This is worse. I laughed. Yeah, it is. But you and Dad will probably forgive her anyway. You always do. The front door opened and Serenity's voice floated in. Mom, I brought breakfast. I turned to leave, but Serenity blocked the doorway, holding a bakery bag. She was wearing one of my old sweaters, one that had mysteriously disappeared from my closet months ago. Oh, Mila, she said, feigning surprise. I didn't expect to see you here. Nice sweater, I replied coldly. Looks familiar. She shrugged, that irritating smirk playing on her lips. Tucker always said it looked better on me anyway. Before I could respond, my father walked in. Girls, enough. We need to handle this like adults. Handle what? Serenity set down the bakery bag. Tucker and I are in love. Mila will get over it. Like you got over me being Dad's favorite? The words slipped out before I could stop them. Serenity's face darkened. At least I earned my position at the company. Everyone knows Dad only gave you that junior executive role because that's enough. Dad slammed his hand on the counter. Both of you sit down, now. We sat, glaring at each other across the kitchen island like we were teenagers again. Devin, Mom started, but Dad held up his hand. I just got off the phone with Vicente, he said, looking between us. He mentioned some concerning issues with the company's financial reports. I watched Serenity's face carefully. For a split second, her composure cracked. What kind of issues? I asked innocently. Nothing important, Serenity cut in quickly. Just some filing errors. Tucker and I already fixed them. Tucker? Dad frowned. Since when does Tucker have access to our financial records? He's been helping me streamline some processes, Serenity said smoothly. He has experience in corporate finance, remember? I remembered something else, Tucker's mysterious phone calls, his late nights at the office with Serenity. It all started making sense. Dad, I leaned forward, maybe we should have an external audit. Don't be ridiculous, Serenity snapped. We don't need outsiders poking around our family business. Besides, you barely understand how the finance department works. My phone buzzed. A text from Vicente. Found something. Meet me at the office ASAP. I stood up. You're right, Serenity. I don't understand finance like you do, but I understand loyalty and karma. Is that a threat? She stood too, her voice sharp. No, I smiled, channeling her own smirk. Just an observation. As I walked out, I heard her muttering to our parents about how unstable I was acting, but I caught Dad's troubled expression in the reflection of the window. For the first time, he looked uncertain about his perfect younger daughter. Outside, I bumped into Tucker getting out of his car. He was carrying flowers, probably for Serenity. Mila, wait, he called out. Can we talk? I turned slowly. About what? How long you've been sleeping with my sister? Or about the company's financial records you've been helping her with? His face paled. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. I stepped closer, lowering my voice. And so does Vicente. Tucker's hand tightened around the flowers, crushing their stems. You don't want to do this, Mila. Some things are better left alone. You should have thought about that before you gave my grandmother's ring to my sister. As I drove to meet Vicente, I replayed Tucker's reaction in my head. He wasn't just nervous, he was scared. And scared people make mistakes. My phone buzzed again. Vicente, bring your laptop. You're going to want to see these emails. I pressed the accelerator harder. Serenity might have taken my boyfriend and tried to humiliate me, but she'd made one crucial mistake. She'd left a paper trail, and I was about to follow it all the way to the truth. Vicente's office was a mess of papers when I arrived. He sat hunched over his computer, his usually pristine desk covered in financial statements and printed emails. Look at this, he said without looking up. 3 separate wire transfers to offshore accounts in the past 6 months, all authorized by Serenity, all just under the threshold that would require board approval. I leaned over his shoulder, scanning the numbers. That's over $500,000, and that's just what I've found so far. He clicked through several emails. These communications between Serenity and Tucker go back almost a year. They were planning something long before they went public with their relationship. My stomach churned as I read their exchanges, the casual way they discussed the transfers, the inside jokes, the subtle references to keeping me in the dark. Wait, I pointed at the screen. Go back to that last email. Vicente scrolled up. There it was, an email from Tucker to Serenity. Once the merger goes through, we'll have full control. Em won't know what hit her. Neither will your dad. Merger? I frowned. What merger? Vicente pulled out a stack of documents. I found these in Serenity's office after hours. She's been negotiating with Stellar Corp to sell controlling interest in your family's company. The money she's been transferring, it's her golden parachute. She can't do that without Dad's approval, I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I remembered something. Unless she has power of attorney, Vicente finished, which your father gave her 3 months ago when he was in the hospital for his heart surgery. That was temporary. I grabbed the documents, scanning them frantically. It was only supposed to last during his recovery. The paperwork was never reversed. Vicente's voice was grim. Legally, she still has authority to make these decisions. I sank into a chair, my mind racing. Tucker's mother sits on Stellar Corp's board. That's why he got involved with Serenity, to facilitate the takeover. And to keep you distracted, Vicente added. They knew you'd eventually notice the discrepancies in the accounts. My phone buzzed. A text from Serenity. Stay away from the office. You're embarrassing yourself. She knows I'm here. I showed Vicente the message. Good. He started gathering the documents. Let her worry, but we need to move fast. The merger vote is scheduled for next week's board meeting. We need copies of everything, I said, pulling out my laptop, and we need to find out who else is involved. For the next few hours, we dug deeper. Every document we uncovered revealed more betrayal. Serenity hadn't just stolen my boyfriend. She was trying to steal our family's legacy. A knock at the door made us both jump. It was Sarah, Tucker's mother. I thought I might find you here, she said, closing the door behind her. We need to talk. Vicente moved protectively closer to his computer screen, but Sarah held up her hands. I'm not here to stop you, she said. I'm here to help. Tucker told me everything last night, about the merger, the offshore accounts, all of it. I've already resigned from Stellar Corp's board. Why? I asked suspiciously. Because what they're doing is wrong, she said simply, and because I raised my son better than this, or at least I thought I did. She pulled out her phone, showing us emails between Tucker and Stellar Corp's CEO. They're planning to strip the company for parts once they have control. Hundreds of people will lose their jobs. My hands shook as I forwarded the emails to myself. Does my father know any of this? Serenity's kept him completely in the dark, Sarah replied. She's been intercepting his business correspondence, claiming she's protecting him from stress during his recovery. We have to tell him. I stood up, but Vicente caught my arm. Not yet, he cautioned. We need more proof, something concrete that Serenity can't talk her way out of. I might be able to help with that, Sarah said. Tucker keeps a detailed record of all their transactions on his personal laptop. He's not as clever as he thinks he is. I know his passwords. I looked at her carefully. Why are you really helping us? Because I've watched Serenity manipulate and scheme her way through life, just like her mother warned me she would. Her mother? I stared at her. You knew our mother before? Sarah's expression softened. Kendra isn't your biological mother, Mila. Your real mother was my best friend. She died when you were a baby, and your father married Kendra a year later. Serenity is your half-sister. The room spun slightly. Does Serenity know? Oh, she knows. Sarah's voice was hard. She's always known, and she's always resented you for it. I sat back down, my world shifting once again. But this time, instead of pain, I felt clarity. Finally, everything made sense. Serenity's lifelong jealousy, her need to take everything that was mine. Okay, I said, turning back to the computer. Let's finish this, all of it. The family dinner that night felt like sitting on a powder keg. Mom, no, Kendra, had insisted we all come together to sort things out. I arrived last, armed with a folder of evidence tucked into my bag and Sarah's revelations burning in my mind. Finally, Serenity said from her seat next to Tucker. We can start eating. Some of us have work tomorrow. Yes, I smiled tightly. Important wire transfers to arrange, I'm sure. Tucker's fork clattered against his plate. Dad cleared his throat. Girls, please, can we have one peaceful dinner? Of course, Daddy. Serenity's voice dripped honey. I actually have exciting news about the company. The board meeting next week. About that, I cut in, pulling out a document from my bag. Did you know Serenity still has your power of attorney, Dad? The table fell silent. Dad frowned. That was temporary during my recovery. The paperwork was never reversed. I slid the document across the table. Interesting timing, considering the upcoming merger vote. Serenity's face went white. You've been snooping through my office? Merger? Dad picked up the paper. What merger? It's nothing. Tucker jumped in. Just preliminary discussions. With Stellar Corp, I finished. Where your former mother sits on the board, or did, until she resigned today. Tucker's head snapped up. What? Mila, stop this, Kendra pleaded. You're just upset about Tucker and Serenity's engagement. Am I? I pulled out more papers. These offshore account transfers say differently. $500,000, Serenity. Where's the money going? That's confidential company business. Serenity snapped, but her hands were shaking. Devin. Kendra touched Dad's arm. Maybe we should discuss this in private. No, I stood up. No more privacy, no more secrets, like the secret that Kendra isn't my real mother. The room exploded. Dad dropped the papers. Kendra burst into tears. Tucker looked like he wanted to disappear. How dare you? Serenity screamed, standing up. You always have to ruin everything. Me? I laughed incredulously. You've been sabotaging me my entire life because you couldn't handle that Dad loved another woman before your mother. Enough! Dad's voice thundered. He turned to Serenity. Is this merger deal true? It's what's best for the company, she said defensively. You're not thinking clearly since your surgery. Don't you dare! Dad's voice shook with anger. Don't you dare use my health as an excuse. Show me the transfer records, now. I can explain everything, Tucker started, but Dad cut him off. You, he pointed at Tucker, don't speak. I trusted you both with my company, with my family. Dad, I said quietly, there's more. The merger isn't just a takeover. They're planning to dismantle the company. Hundreds of people will lose their jobs. Serenity lunged for my bag, but I was faster. Papers scattered across the table. Emails, bank statements, merger documents. It's all there, I said. Every transaction, every email, every lie. You stupid bitch, Serenity hissed. You have no idea what you've done. Actually, I do. I pulled out my phone, showing her the screen. I've been recording this entire conversation, and I've already sent copies of everything to the SEC. The color drained from Tucker's face. The Securities and Exchange Commission? You can't? I can, and I did. I turned to Dad. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. About everything. Dad sat heavily in his chair, looking older than I'd ever seen him. Kendra, did you know about Serenity using the power of attorney? Kendra wouldn't meet his eyes. She said it was temporary, just until things were arranged. Arranged? Dad's voice was deadly quiet. My company, my employees, my family, all arranged behind my back? Serenity must have seen something change in Dad's expression because her voice turned desperate. Daddy, please. I was trying to protect you. The company needs new direction. The only direction you're concerned with is the one leading to your offshore accounts, I cut in. How long have you been planning this? Since Dad's surgery or since you started sleeping with my boyfriend? You never deserved Tucker, Serenity spat, or your position in the company. You're not even a real part of this family. That's where you're wrong. Dad stood up slowly. Mila is more my daughter right now than you've ever been. The doorbell rang, cutting through the tension. Through the dining room window, I could see Vicente getting out of his car, accompanied by two people in suits. That would be the SEC investigators, I said quietly. They have some questions about those wire transfers. Serenity grabbed her purse and ran for the back door, but Tucker caught her arm. Don't, he said, his voice breaking. It's over. For the first time in my life, I saw real fear in my sister's eyes, and I felt nothing but relief. The next morning, I sat in Vicente's office, watching the investigators box up files from Serenity's computer. The questioning had gone on until 3 a.m., and my head was still spinning from all the revelations. Miss Reynolds? One of the investigators approached. We found something you should see. He placed a laptop in front of me, Tucker's personal computer, courtesy of Sarah. These emails go back further than we thought, much further. I scrolled through the messages, my stomach dropping with each one. The earliest dated back 2 years, before Tucker and I had even started dating. He pursued you deliberately, Vicente said quietly, reading over my shoulder. They planned it all. Getting close to you was his way into the company. A knock at the door made us look up. Tucker stood there, looking haggard. Can we talk? Alone? The investigator nodded. 5 minutes. We'll be right outside. Once they left, Tucker sat across from me. I need you to understand that you never loved me. I kept my voice steady. That I was just part of your long con with my sister. It wasn't like that. He ran his hands through his hair. At first, yes, Serenity approached me at a business conference. She knew about my mother's position at Stellar Corp, knew I had experience in corporate takeovers. She offered me a percentage if I helped her gain control of the company. And dating me was part of the deal? Getting close to you meant access to company information. But Mila, he leaned forward, my feelings for you became real. I laughed bitterly. Real enough to sleep with my sister? Real enough to give her my grandmother's ring? Serenity had leverage over me. She threatened to expose my involvement if I didn't play along. The engagement announcement, that wasn't planned. She blindsided me too. Save it, I stood up. The SEC has everything they need. You're going to prison, Tucker, both of you. Unless you help me. His voice turned urgent. I can testify against Serenity. Tell them everything. But I need you to speak on my behalf. Tell them I cooperated. You want me to help you? I stared at him incredulously. After everything? Think about it, he pressed. Serenity's the mastermind. She's the one who stole from the company. I'm just a willing accomplice, I finished. A liar? A thief? I still care about you, Mila. No, I said quietly. You care about saving yourself. There's a difference. The door opened and Sarah walked in. Tucker jumped up. Mom? Sit down, she said coldly. The investigators need your statement about the Cayman Islands accounts. Tucker's face crumpled. You told them about those? I told them everything. Sarah's voice shook. Including your involvement in the Maxwell scandal last year. Did you think I wouldn't find out about that too? I looked between them. What Maxwell scandal? Another company he helped destroy, Sarah said. Another family he betrayed. This isn't his first time, Mila. It's just the first time he got caught. Tucker slumped in his chair. Mom, please, don't. Sarah turned away. The investigators are ready for you now. As Tucker was let out, my phone buzzed with a text from Dad. Serenity's confessing. Come to the main office. Go, Vicente said. I'll handle things here. I found Dad in his office, looking exhausted. Through the glass walls, I could see Serenity sitting with 2 investigators, mascara streaking her face as she talked. She's telling them everything, Dad said. The merger plan, the stolen funds, all of it. She claims it was revenge. Revenge for what? For loving you more. He turned to me. For giving you opportunities she felt she deserved. For keeping the truth about your mother from her. Did you? I asked. Love me more? I loved you differently, he said carefully. Your mother, your real mother, she was the love of my life. When she died, a part of me died too. Kendra helped me survive that, helped me raise you. But Serenity, she always knew she was living in the shadow of a ghost. Through the glass, Serenity looked up and met my eyes. For a moment, I saw something there, not hatred or anger, but a deep, consuming sadness. She's going to prison, isn't she? I asked quietly. Dad nodded. The evidence is overwhelming. Tucker too, probably. The SEC is already talking to prosecutors. My phone buzzed again. A message from Vicente. Tucker's singing like a bird. You need to see his full confession. Dad? I touched his arm. There's more to come out. Are you ready for that? He smiled sadly. I'm ready for the truth. All of it. No more secrets in this family. I looked back at Serenity, still talking to the investigators. She'd taken everything from me, my boyfriend, my trust, nearly our family's company. But in the end, she'd lost everything too. And somehow, that didn't feel like victory at all. The board meeting room was packed. Every seat was filled, and people stood along the walls. News of the scandal had spread fast, and everyone wanted answers. I sat between Vicente and Dad, watching as our company's attorneys laid out the evidence. The total amount diverted to offshore accounts exceeds $800,000, the lead attorney announced, clicking through his presentation. Additionally, we've uncovered evidence of insider trading, corporate espionage, and attempted fraud related to the proposed Stellar Corp merger. Murmurs rippled through the room. I noticed several board members shooting accusatory glances at each other. Ms. Reynolds, one of the senior board members, addressed me directly. You were the one who uncovered this conspiracy. Why didn't you come forward sooner? Because, I stood up, my voice steady, I needed to understand the full scope of the deception. This wasn't just about stolen money. It was about betraying everything this company stands for. The door opened, and Sarah walked in with a USB drive. I have Tucker's full confession, she announced, including details about other board members who were involved. The room erupted. 3 board members immediately stood up and headed for the door, but security blocked their exit. Sit down, Dad's voice cut through the chaos. Everyone stays until we get to the truth. Sarah plugged in the drive, and Tucker's face appeared on the screen. He looked terrible, his usual polished appearance gone. The plan started 2 years ago. His recorded confession began. Serenity approached me after learning about Stellar Corp's interest in acquiring the company. She knew they wanted to break it up and sell off the pieces. Board members Marcus, Janet, and Philip were already on board. The 3 who had tried to leave sank back into their chairs, faces pale. We orchestrated the entire thing, Tucker continued. My relationship with Mila was meant to be a distraction. The power of attorney during Mr. Reynolds' surgery was our opportunity. Serenity had been embezzling funds as a safety net, but the real money would come from the merger. I watched the board members' reactions. Some looked shocked, others guilty, and a few seemed oddly satisfied, like they'd suspected something all along. What they didn't count on, Vicente stood up, was that some of us were watching. We've been gathering evidence for months. The SEC now has everything. This is outrageous, Marcus sputtered. You can't prove. Actually, Sarah interrupted. We can. Tucker provided bank records showing payments to all 3 of you. The SEC is very interested in those transactions. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Years of trust, decades of business relationships, all destroyed by greed and deception. There's one more thing, I said, pulling out a final document. The merger vote was scheduled for today. Instead, I'm proposing something different. I handed copies to each board member. A restructuring plan, one that protects our employees, maintains our company's integrity, and implements new oversight measures to prevent anything like this from happening again. You don't have the authority, Janet began. Actually, she does, Dad cut in. As of this morning, Mila is our new Chief Operating Officer, and I trust her judgment more than ever. The vote was quick and decisive, with 3 board members facing criminal charges and the others eager to distance themselves from the scandal. My proposal passed unanimously. As the room cleared out, Vicente touched my arm. "There's someone here to see you." In the hallway, Serenity stood between 2 federal agents. She'd been allowed to come to the meeting before being taken into custody. "Can we have a moment?" I asked the agents. They nodded, stepping back but keeping watch. "Congratulations," Serenity said quietly. "You won. You got everything you wanted." "This isn't about winning," I replied. "It's about doing what's right." "Right?" She laughed bitterly. "Was it right for Dad to hide the truth about your mother all these years? Was it right for him to always put you first?" "He didn't put me first. He put the company first. You're the one who made it personal." She looked away. "I found letters, between Dad and your mother, the way he wrote about her. He never loved my mother that way, never loved me that way. So you tried to destroy everything he built?" "I tried to take what I deserved," she whispered. "But I failed, just like I failed at everything else." The agent stepped forward. It was time. "Serenity," I called as they led her away. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry you felt so unloved that you had to do this." She paused, looking back with tears in her eyes. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry too, for everything." I watched them lead her away, feeling the weight of the past few days, the past few years really, finally starting to lift. "Ready to get to work?" Vicente asked, holding the door to our offices open. I nodded, straightening my shoulders. "More than ready. We have a company to rebuild." 6 months later, I stood in the courtroom, watching as Tucker and Serenity received their sentences. The judge's voice echoed through the silent room. "Mr. Tucker Watson, this court sentences you to 5 years in federal prison for conspiracy, fraud, and securities violations." Tucker's mother, Sarah, sat stoically in the front row as her son was led away in handcuffs. He didn't look back. "Ms. Serenity Reynolds," the judge continued, "taking into account your cooperation with investigators and your guilty plea, this court sentences you to 3 years in federal prison, followed by 5 years of supervised release." Serenity turned to look at us before they took her away. Dad reached for my hand, squeezing it tight. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us. "Mr. Reynolds, how does it feel knowing your own daughter tried to destroy your company? Ms. Reynolds, what's next for the company after this scandal?" Vicente appeared, helping us push through the crowd. "No comments today. Please refer to our official statement." We escaped to a nearby cafe, where Kendra waited. The past months had aged her, but she sat straighter now, unburdened by secrets. "It's done," Dad said, sliding into the booth. "All of it." "Not quite." I pulled out an envelope. "The DNA results came today. I thought we should all be here." After learning about my biological mother, I decided to confirm everything through testing. The envelope had been sitting unopened on my desk all morning. "Are you sure you want to know?" Kendra asked softly. "I need to," I replied. "No more questions, no more doubts." I opened the envelope with trembling fingers. The results confirmed everything. Dad was my father, but Kendra wasn't my biological mother. Science proving what secrets and lies had hidden for so long. "I have something for you." Dad reached into his briefcase. "I should have given you these years ago." He handed me a bundle of letters, tied with a faded ribbon. These were from your mother, Elizabeth. She wrote them to you before she died, one for every birthday until you turned 21. I remember those letters, Kendra said quietly. You used to read them every night, Dad nodded. Until Serenity found them when she was 12. She was so angry, so hurt. That's when everything started to change. Why didn't you tell me the truth? I asked, touching the letters gently. Because I was a coward, he admitted. Because Kendra had been such a wonderful mother to you, and I didn't want to hurt either of you. I thought I was protecting everyone, but instead, the secrets poisoned everything, Kendra finished. Vicente, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. The company press release goes out tomorrow. We're announcing the new board structure and the employee protection plan. People are calling it a model of corporate reformation. Thanks to you, Dad smiled at me. You didn't just save the company, Mila. You made it better. My phone buzzed. A message from Sarah. Tucker's being transferred tonight. He asked to see you. No, I said firmly, showing them the message. Some chapters need to stay closed. Speaking of closed chapters, Vicente pulled out a small box. This was recovered from evidence. Inside was my grandmother's ring, the one Tucker had given Serenity. It sparkled under the cafe lights, beautiful but somehow tainted by everything that had happened. What should I do with it? I asked. Start fresh, Kendra suggested. Sell it, donate it, whatever feels right. Sometimes letting go is the strongest thing you can do. I closed the box. I think I know exactly what to do with it. Later that afternoon, I visited the children's hospital where my biological mother had worked as a nurse. The ring would fund a new pediatric program in her name, something good coming from all the pain. As I left the hospital, I checked my messages, one from Serenity, sent through her lawyer. I found my own letters today, the ones I wrote to Mom after she died, angry about you, about Dad, about everything. I finally understand. I wasn't fighting you. I was fighting myself. I'm sorry it took losing everything to see that. I sat in my car, reading the message again. The anger I'd carried for so long felt lighter somehow, transformed into something closer to understanding. Not forgiveness, not yet, but maybe someday. My phone rang, Vicente calling about tomorrow's board meeting. Time to get back to work, to continue rebuilding what had been broken. But this time, we'd build it on truth, not secrets, on strength, not fear. As I drove back to the office, I thought about the letters waiting at home. 21 birthday messages from a mother I barely remembered, but whose love had somehow helped shape me into someone strong enough to face all of this. Sometimes the greatest acts of love are the ones we don't understand until years later. And sometimes the hardest battles we fight lead us exactly where we need to be. The autumn breeze rustled through the cemetery as I placed fresh flowers on my biological mother Elizabeth's grave. I'd made it a weekly ritual since learning the truth, finding comfort in these quiet moments. I thought I'd find you here, Sarah's voice came from behind me. The hospital called. The Elizabeth Memorial Pediatric Wing opens next week. I stood, brushing grass from my knees. Will you come to the opening? Of course. She touched the headstone gently. Elizabeth would have loved what you've done with the company, you know. She always believed in fixing things, not destroying them. My phone buzzed. A text from Vicente. Emergency board meeting. You need to see this. At the office, I found Dad and Vicente in heated discussion with our lawyers. A familiar face smiled from the conference room screen, Tucker, looking gaunt in his prison jumpsuit. What's going on? Your ex-boyfriend here, Vicente gestured to the screen, just offered us something interesting. I found more evidence, Tucker said, about other companies, other takeover attempts, names, dates, offshore accounts. Everything. Dad leaned forward. In exchange for what? A reduced sentence, Tucker's lawyer spoke up. and immunity from prosecution in those other cases. I studied Tucker's face. Why now? Because Serenity was right about one thing. Karma catches up eventually. I can't undo what I did to you, Mila, but I can try to make things right. By turning on your other victims? I shook my head. That's not making things right. That's just saving yourself again. Take the deal. Sarah stepped into view of the camera. Tucker's eyes widened at the sight of his mother. Take it, and then never contact this family again. After Tucker's image disappeared, Vicente spread out the new evidence. He's not lying. This goes way beyond what we uncovered. Multiple companies, millions in fraud. Handle it, I told our lawyers. Make sure every victim knows the truth. Dad touched my arm. There's something else. Kendra's waiting in your office. I found her sitting with a familiar-looking bundle of letters. These came from Serenity's belongings, she said. She wanted you to have them. The letters were addressed to me, dated every year on my birthday, just like Elizabeth's letters, but these were from Serenity. I never sent them. Serenity had written in a note. I was too afraid of what they said about me, but you deserve to know who I really was, who I wanted to be. Have you read them? I asked Kendra. She shook her head. They're not my story to read. That evening, I sat in my apartment, surrounded by 3 sets of letters, Elizabeth's love, Serenity's pain, and my own journey written in the space between them. My phone lit up with a message from Vicente. Board approved the employee ownership program. Your mother's legacy lives on. A knock at my door revealed Dad holding takeout bags. Thought you might want company. We sat together, eating Chinese food like we used to when I was little. I've been thinking, he said, about Elizabeth, about Kendra, about all of it. I spent so long trying to protect everyone that I forgot the most important thing. What's that? That love isn't about protection. It's about truth, even when it hurts. I picked up one of Serenity's letters. Do you think she'll ever understand that? I think she already does. That's why she gave you those letters. My phone buzzed again, an email from the prison. Serenity had enrolled in a business ethics program. Small steps towards something like redemption. You know what Elizabeth used to say? Dad smiled, lost in memory. She said that family isn't who you're born to, it's who you choose to become because of them. I looked around my apartment, at the letters from 3 women who shaped my life in different ways, at my father who finally learned to speak his truth, at the company reports showing how we'd rebuilt something stronger from the ashes of betrayal. I choose this, I said quietly. All of it. The hard parts, the healing parts, everything in between. Dad raised his water glass. To choices, then, and to truth. To truth, I echoed, thinking of Elizabeth's letters waiting to be read, of Serenity's unspoken words finally finding their way home, of Tucker's evidence bringing justice to others, of Sarah's quiet strength, of Kendra's steadfast love. Sometimes family is what breaks you. Sometimes it's what puts you back together. And sometimes, if you're lucky, it's both. Teaching you that the cracks are where the light gets in, showing you that even the deepest wounds can become doorways to something stronger, truer, and more beautiful than before. I picked up Elizabeth's next birthday letter, ready to read her words with new understanding, ready to let all these truths, the painful ones, the healing ones, the transformative ones, light the way forward. I always thought I was good at reading people until my sister's wedding day. That's when I realized I'd been reading all the wrong chapters in everyone's story, especially my own. My name is Destiny, and I'm what you'd call a professional peacekeeper, a conflict resolution specialist who somehow missed the atomic bomb ticking away in her own living room. The irony isn't lost on me. You're gonna wear that necklace to the rehearsal dinner? My sister Felicia's voice carried that familiar edge as she adjusted her designer dress in front of my bedroom mirror. Clay bought it for you last Christmas, didn't he? I touched the silver pendant at my throat, catching my reflection behind her. Yes, he did. Is there a problem? She turned, her perfectly made-up face sporting a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Oh, no problem. I just thought, never mind. She waved her hand dismissively, but I caught the gleam in her eye, the one that always preceded chaos in our family. Felicia, whatever you're planning for tomorrow. Planning? She laughed, the sound brittle as winter ice. I'm planning to marry Marco, remember? That's all there is to it. But I knew better. The way she kept checking her phone, the hushed conversations that stopped when I entered rooms, the meaningful glances between her and Clay, my husband of 8 years. I'd seen it all, filed it away like the countless mediation reports on my desk at work. Mom's worried about your speech, I said carefully, watching her reaction in the mirror. Mom's always worried about something. Felicia rolled her eyes. She thought I'd trip walking down the church aisle when I was 5 and carrying flowers at Cousin Sarah's wedding. She thought I'd fail college. She thought Marco was too good for me. She paused, meeting my eyes in the reflection. What do you think, Destiny? Is Marco too good for me? The loaded question hung in the air like smoke. Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. A text from Clay. Stuck at work. Don't wait up. Felicia glanced at my phone screen and smirked. Still working late, is he? He's finalizing a big contract, I replied automatically, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. 3 months ago, I'd found the first message. 2 months ago, I'd seen the hotel receipt. 1 month ago, I'd started documenting everything. You know what your problem is, sis. Felicia turned to face me directly. You're too good at solving everyone else's problems. Maybe it's time you solved your own. A knock at the door saved me from responding. Mom poked her head in, her face creased with concern. Girls, dinner's ready. Uncle Pablo's here, and he's asking about the seating arrangement for tomorrow. Again? Felicia groaned. I swear this wedding is killing me. If only she knew what her wedding would actually kill. My marriage, her relationship with Marco, our family's carefully maintained facade of perfection. But tomorrow's script was already written, and Felicia had appointed herself director of this tragedy. At dinner, I watched her hold Marco's hand, laugh at his jokes, play the part of the blushing bride-to-be. My husband sat across from me, his phone conspicuously silent now, offering warm smiles to everyone at the table. Uncle Pablo, ever observant, kept glancing between us all with knowing eyes. A toast, Marco proposed, raising his glass. To my beautiful bride-to-be, and to all of you, the family I'm blessed to be joining. Everyone clinked glasses. I caught Felicia's eye across the table, saw the flash of guilt quickly masked by determination. She thought she was protecting me in her own twisted way. She thought exposing Clay's betrayal during her wedding speech would somehow make things right. What she didn't know was that I'd already made my decision weeks ago. The divorce papers were drafted, the separate account was opened, and my new apartment was leased. I'd learned from years of mediation that the best resolutions come from careful planning, not explosive revelations. Destiny? Clay's voice pulled me from my thoughts. You're quiet tonight. I smiled, the expression feeling foreign on my face. Just thinking about tomorrow. It's going to be quite memorable. Felicia's fork clattered against her plate. Mom shot her a warning look, but my sister was already standing. I need some air, she announced, hurrying from the room. Marco moved to follow her, but I placed a hand on his arm. Let me, I said softly. Sister stuff. I found her in the garden, furiously typing on her phone. When she heard my footsteps, she quickly locked the screen. Whatever you're planning, I said quietly, remember that karma has a way of coming full circle. She looked up at me, moonlight catching the tears in her eyes. Sometimes karma needs a little push, don't you think? I left her there, knowing that tomorrow would change everything, but not in the way she planned. Because while Felicia was preparing to drop her bomb at the reception, she had no idea she was about to become collateral damage in her own explosion. Morning light filtered through the church windows as I helped Felicia into her wedding dress. Her hands trembled as I fastened each pearl button, though not from typical bride jitters. "You don't have to do this," I whispered, meeting her eyes in the mirror. "Actually, I do." She gripped her phone tightly. "Can you check if Marco's ready? I need to prepare something." I knew what that meant. More scheming, more plotting. As I left the bridal suite, I bumped into Clay in the hallway. He caught my arm to steady me, and I fought the urge to pull away. "Hey, beautiful," he smiled, straightening his best man's tie. "Everything okay with the bride?" "Shouldn't you know?" The words slipped out before I could stop them. His smile faltered. "What's that supposed to mean?" Before I could respond, Marco appeared, looking sharp in his tuxedo, but nervous. "Is Felicia all right? She's been acting strange all morning." "Pre-wedding nerves," I lied smoothly. "Nothing to worry about." "Destiny." Marco grabbed my hand, his eyes sincere. "Thank you for being here for both of us. You're like the sister I never had." The guilt in Clay's expression was almost imperceptible, but after 8 years of marriage, I caught it. I excused myself, claiming I needed to check on the flowers, but instead found myself in the church garden, remembering the moment 3 months ago that started it all. Clay's phone had buzzed during dinner. He'd turned it face down, but not before I glimpsed Felicia's name on the screen. Later that night, I'd checked his phone while he showered, something I'd never done before. The messages were innocent enough, but there was an undercurrent of intimacy that made my stomach turn. "There you are," Mom's voice startled me back to the present. "The photographer wants pre-ceremony shots. And have you seen your sister? She's locked herself in the bridal suite." I headed back inside, knocking on the heavy wooden door. "Felicia, it's me." She opened it a crack, mascara slightly smudged. "I need to tell you something." "Now?" "Yes, now." She pulled me inside, checking to make sure we were alone. "I need you to meet me in the church office right after the ceremony, before the reception. There's something you need to see first. Whatever it is, just tell me now." She shook her head, wiping at her eyes. "I can't, but promise me you'll come. Promise me you'll listen." "Felicia, promise me." Her voice cracked with desperation. "Okay, I promise." I helped her fix her makeup, wondering if she knew I'd already seen everything. The texts, the photos, the hotel receipts. I'd been gathering evidence while she'd been planning her grand reveal. The ceremony began right on schedule. I stood in my maid of honor dress, watching Felicia walk down the aisle toward Marco. Clay stood beside him, the perfect best man, smiling at all the right moments. Uncle Pablo, sitting in the front row, caught my eye and gave me a knowing look. During the vows, I remembered my own wedding day. Clay had promised to love and cherish me forever. I'd believed him then. Now I wondered how many other promises he'd broken along the way. After the ceremony, I made my way to the church office as promised. Felicia was already there, still in her wedding dress, clutching a manila envelope. "Before you open this," she said, "I want you to know I'm doing this because I love you." "Are you?" I asked quietly. "Or is there another reason?" She flinched. "What do you mean?" "I've seen the way you look at Marco, the way you've always looked at him, even before he and I introduced you." "This isn't about Marco," she protested, but her face flushed. "Isn't it? You're in love with him, aren't you? But he fell for you instead of you falling for him. That must have hurt." "You don't understand anything." She thrust the envelope at me. "Just look at these. Then you'll understand why I have to do this." I took the envelope but didn't open it. The reception starts in 20 minutes. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Clay doesn't deserve you, she whispered. He never did. And Marco deserves you? She stepped back as if I'd slapped her. What are you saying? I'm saying that karma works in mysterious ways, little sister. I placed the unopened envelope on the desk. Let's get to the reception. You have a speech to give, don't you? She stared at me, realization slowly dawning in her eyes. For the first time, she looked afraid, not of what she was about to do, but of what I might already know. As we walked to the reception hall, I could feel the weight of secrets pressing down on both of us. Felicia thought she was about to blow up my marriage, but she had no idea she was sitting on a powder keg of her own making. The reception hall doors loomed before us, and I heard Marco's voice announcing the arrival of the bride and groom. Felicia squared her shoulders, ready to destroy everything. If only she knew she was about to destroy herself in the process. The reception hall buzzed with celebration as waiters circulated with champagne. I watched Clay work the room, stopping to chat with relatives, his charm turned up to maximum. The same charm that had once made me feel special now felt like sandpaper against my skin. Uncle Pablo slid into the seat next to me, his expression concerned. You're wearing your mediator face, he observed, sipping his drink. Am I that obvious? Only to those who know what to look for. He nodded toward Felicia, who was whispering something to Marco at the head table. She's been checking her phone every 2 minutes. She's about to make a terrible mistake, I said quietly. Aren't we all experts at those? Pablo leaned closer. Remember when you were 10 and Felicia broke Mom's favorite vase? You took the blame. That was different. Was it? You've been taking the blame for other people's mistakes your whole life, Destiny. He touched my arm gently. Maybe it's time to let people face their own consequences. Before I could respond, Clay appeared at our table. Mind if I borrow my wife for a dance? Pablo's eyes hardened slightly, but he smiled. She's all yours, for now. Clay led me to the dance floor as the band played a slow song. His hand on my waist felt foreign now, like a stranger's touch. You've been quiet all day, he said, guiding me through the steps. Have I? I thought I was being quite observant. I met his eyes. For instance, I observed you checking your phone during the ceremony. His step faltered slightly. Work stuff. Really? Because I could have sworn I saw Felicia's name on your screen. The color drained from his face. Destiny, don't. I pulled away slightly, keeping my voice low. Not here, not now. Please let me explain. Room 4 and 12, I cut him off. The Grand Hotel downtown, 3 weeks ago. Should I continue? He stopped dancing completely, other couples moving around us like water around a rock. How did you? I'm a conflict resolution specialist, Clay. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? That I wouldn't investigate? It's not what you think. The Riverside Cafe receipts, the late-night texts, the mysterious work meetings that never showed up on your company calendar? I smiled, but there was no warmth in it. I have copies of everything. The music ended, and applause filled the hall. Clay grabbed my elbow, steering me toward a quiet corner. Whatever Felicia told you. Felicia hasn't told me anything, I interrupted. She doesn't need to, but she's about to tell everyone else. His face went from pale to ashen. What are you talking about? The maid of honor speech is coming up soon, and your girlfriend has quite a performance planned. She's not my... He stopped, running a hand through his hair. This is insane. You can't let her? Let her? I laughed softly. Oh, honey, I'm not letting her do anything. I'm just going to watch while karma does its job. Mom appeared suddenly, clutching her phone. Destiny, can you check on your sister? She's been in the bathroom for 20 minutes, and the speeches are supposed to start soon. I found Felicia in the bathroom, gripping the sink, her wedding dress bunched up around her. Her makeup was perfect, but her eyes were wild. Having second thoughts? I asked, letting the door swing shut behind me. I'm doing this for you, she insisted, but her voice shook. No, you're doing this for yourself. I moved to stand beside her. Because you've been in love with Marco since college, haven't you? Since before I introduced you to? She spun to face me. That's not. The thing about karma, Felicia, is that it always comes full circle. I pulled out my phone, scrolling to a saved message. Like this text you sent Marco last month. I've loved you since the day we met. Everything else has just been settling. The color drained from her face. How did you? Marco left his phone unlocked at Sunday dinner. I saw everything, including your deleted messages about how you only agreed to the wedding because you thought he'd eventually love you the way you loved him. You don't understand, she whispered. Actually, I do. You thought exposing Clay would somehow make you feel better about your own lies. But here's the thing about lies, little sister. They have a way of exposing themselves. A knock at the door made us both jump. 5 minutes to speeches, Mom called. Felicia gripped my arm. Please, Destiny, don't what? Tell the truth. Isn't that what you were planning to do? I gently removed her hand. It's time for both of us to stop protecting people who don't deserve it. I left her in the bathroom, her reflection fractured in the mirror like the pieces of truth she was about to scatter across the reception hall. As I walked back to the main room, I saw Clay watching me, his face a mask of barely contained panic. The DJ was announcing it was time for speeches. Marco beamed from the head table, completely unaware that his world was about to shatter from 2 different directions. Sometimes karma needs a little push, Felicia had said last night. She had no idea how right she was. The microphone squealed with feedback as Felicia took the stage, her white dress gleaming under the reception hall lights. Her hands trembled as she unfolded a piece of paper, but her voice was steady when she spoke. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today, she began, her eyes scanning the crowd. Especially my dear sister Destiny and her husband Clay, who introduced me to Marco. Clay shifted uncomfortably in his seat. I took a slow sip of champagne, watching him squirm. You know, it's funny how life works out, Felicia continued. How the people we trust the most can surprise us. How love can blind us to what's right in front of our faces. Marco beamed up at her, completely missing the edge in her voice. Uncle Pablo caught my eye from across the room, his expression grave. I have something I need to share. Felicia's voice cracked slightly. Something I've been holding on to for too long. Oh, God, Mom whispered beside me. What is she doing? Felicia reached into a hidden pocket in her dress and pulled out her phone. I've been struggling with how to handle this, but I believe the truth needs to come out. Clay stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. I think we should toast the happy couple first. Sit down, Clay, I said quietly, but firmly enough that heads turned. Let her finish. He sank back into his chair, face ashen. I have here, Felicia's voice strengthened, evidence of a betrayal so deep it makes me sick. She unlocked her phone. Text messages, photos, hotel receipts. The room had gone completely silent. Marco's smile had frozen on his face. My dear brother-in-law. She turned to Clay. Would you like to explain these messages yourself, or should I read them aloud? Clay jumped up again. This is inappropriate. What's inappropriate? Felicia cut him off. Is sleeping with your best friend's fiancé. The gasp that went through the room was almost theatrical. Marco stood slowly, his face contorting in confusion. What are you talking about? He demanded. Felicia's hand shook as she held up her phone. June 15th, from Clay. I can't stop thinking about last night. June 28th. We need to be more careful. Destiny's getting suspicious. I stood up, my chair sliding back. Actually, Felicia, why don't you share the messages from May 3rd? She froze, her eyes widening. What? The ones you sent to Marco? I pulled out my own phone. Should I read them instead? Destiny, don't. Marco. I read clearly. I've been in love with you since college. Every day I'm with you feels like a lie because you don't love me the way I love you. The room erupted in murmurs. Marco's face drained of color as he turned to Felicia. What is she talking about? That's not, Felicia stammered. This isn't about that. No, I continued, my voice carrying across the suddenly silent room. This is about you trying to destroy my marriage to deflect from your own guilt. About you marrying a man you know doesn't love you the way you love him. Is this true? Marco asked, his voice hollow. Tears streamed down Felicia's face. I thought if we got married, you'd eventually feel the same way. And Clay? He turned to his best friend. The messages? Clay raised his hands. Marco, I can explain. Explain what? I interrupted. The hotel meetings? The late-night texts? The lies you both told while betraying the people who trusted you most? Mom stood up, swaying slightly. Destiny, please. No, Mom. No more keeping the peace. No more protecting people from their own choices. I turned to address the stunned crowd. My husband and my sister have been having an affair for months, and my sister married a man she's been obsessing over since before I introduced them, hoping he'd eventually love her back. The silence that followed was deafening. Felicia dropped the microphone, the thud echoing through the speakers. Marco stepped away from the head table, shaking his head in disbelief. All this time, he said quietly. Everything was a lie? Not everything, Felicia pleaded. My feelings for you were real. Real? He laughed bitterly. You've been sleeping with my best friend, and you never loved me, she shot back. Not really. I was just convenient, wasn't I? A replacement for... Enough! Uncle Pablo's voice cut through the chaos. He stood up, commanding the room's attention. I think we've all heard enough. Clay tried to reach for my arm. Destiny, please, let me explain. I stepped back, removing my wedding ring. I filed for divorce last week. The papers will be delivered to your office on Monday. The ring clattered as it hit his plate. Felicia stood frozen on the stage, her grand revenge plan lying in shambles around her designer heels. Marco was already walking toward the exit, his best man and new bride both watching him go with identical expressions of loss. Sometimes karma doesn't just need a push, I thought. Sometimes it needs an audience. The aftermath was exactly what you'd expect when a wedding reception turns into a reality show finale. Guests huddled in whispered clusters, while the catering staff awkwardly continued serving dinner that no one would eat. I need some air, I announced to no one in particular, heading for the garden terrace. The cool evening air hit my face as I pushed through the French doors. To my surprise, Marco was already there, loosening his bow tie with shaking hands. I should have known, he said without turning around. The way she always talked about our college days, even though we hadn't met then. Marco, did you know? He turned to face me. About Clay and her? I found out 3 months ago. I moved to stand beside him at the railing. The same week I discovered she'd been in love with you since before I introduced you to. He ran a hand through his hair. God, what a mess. I really thought she loved me. She does, I said softly. That's the tragedy of it. She loves you so much she destroyed everything trying to keep you. By sleeping with Clay? He laughed bitterly. That's a strange way of showing love. The door opened behind us, and Felicia stepped out, her mascara streaked down her cheeks. Marco, please, don't. He held up a hand. Just don't. I can explain everything, she pleaded. Clay and it wasn't what you think. What I think, Marco's voice was ice, is that my wife and my best friend betrayed me before we even said our vows. And what about you? She shot back, acting like I was the love of your life when really I was just second best. I stepped between them. Felicia, that's enough. No, it's not. She was crying now, mascara running freely. He never got over his college girlfriend. I was just convenient, someone who reminded him of her. Marco's face went white. That's not. Tell me I'm wrong, she challenged. Tell me you don't still have her photos on your phone. Tell me you don't compare every woman to her. At least I didn't sleep with someone else's husband. The doors burst open again, and Clay stumbled out. Marco, buddy, please. I'm not your buddy. Marco's hands clenched into fists. I'm not anything to you anymore. Clay took a step forward. It was a mistake. We were both drunk, and the punch happened so fast I barely saw it. One moment Clay was talking. The next he was sprawled on the terrace, blood trickling from his nose. Marco! I grabbed his arm before he could swing again. Stop! Why should I? He was shaking with rage. They deserve each other. Because violence won't undo what's done. I kept my voice calm, professional mediator mode kicking in. And you're better than this. Felicia moved to help Clay up, but he pushed her away. Don't touch me, he spat. This is all your fault. My fault? She laughed hysterically. You're the one who came to my apartment that night. You're the one who said you'd always had feelings for me. I felt Marco tense under my grip. When? He demanded. When did this start? The night after your engagement party, Clay admitted, holding his bleeding nose. She was upset, said she needed someone to talk to. Because I just agreed to marry a man who would never love me the way I loved him. Felicia finished. And you were there, telling me everything I wanted to hear. So you decided to hurt everyone? I asked quietly. Was that the plan? She turned to me, her wedding dress now stained with Clay's blood. I wanted to hurt them like they hurt me, like everyone always hurts me. And how's that working out for you? The garden fell silent except for the muffled music from inside. Mom appeared at the doors, took one look at the scene, and promptly closed them again. The marriage isn't legal yet, Marco said finally. We haven't signed the license. Felicia's face crumpled. Marco, please, don't contact me again, either of you. He straightened his jacket. I'll have my lawyer handle everything. He walked back inside, leaving Felicia and Clay standing awkwardly apart, neither willing to look at the other. You should get some ice for that nose, I told Clay, and pack your things. I want you out of the house by tomorrow. Destiny, he reached for me. We can work this out. No, we can't, I stepped back, because I deserve better than someone who sleeps with my sister, and you deserve whatever karma has in store for you. I turned to Felicia, who looked small and lost in her ruined wedding dress. You wanted the truth to come out? Well, congratulations, it's all out now. What am I supposed to do? She whispered. That's not my problem anymore. I headed for the doors. For once in my life, I'm done fixing other people's messes. Behind me, I heard Felicia start to sob, but I didn't turn around. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for someone is let them face the consequences of their own actions, even if that someone is your sister. The week after the wedding disaster, I sat in my office staring at divorce papers when Uncle Pablo knocked on my door. You look like you could use this, he said, placing a coffee on my desk. Extra shot of espresso. I could use something stronger. I gestured to the chair across from me. Have you heard from Felicia? She's staying at your mom's. Hasn't left her old bedroom in days. He settled into the chair. Clay's been calling everyone, trying to get people to talk to you. I changed my number yesterday. I took a sip of coffee and hired a security company to change the locks. Smart girl. He leaned forward. But that's not why I'm here. I have a proposition for you. I raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. I'm expanding my consulting firm, opening a new branch focused on family mediation and conflict resolution. He smiled. I need someone to run it, someone who knows how to handle difficult situations with grace. Uncle Pablo, before you say no, hear me out. You're the best in the business, Destiny. And now that you're free from playing peacekeeper in your own family, imagine what you could do professionally. A knock interrupted us. Mom stood in the doorway, looking exhausted. I'm sorry to barge in, but Felicia's missing. I sighed. Define missing. She left a note saying she was going to fix everything. Mom's hands twisted together. She's not answering her phone, and her car is gone. Did you check the Grand Hotel? I asked, already knowing the answer. Why would she? Mom's eyes widened. Oh, God, you don't think... That's where she met Clay during their affair. I stood up, grabbing my keys. And knowing my sister, she's either there to confront him again or do something stupid. I'm coming with you, Uncle Pablo announced. The drive to the hotel was tense. Mom kept trying to call Felicia while Pablo made calls to his contacts at the hotel. I focused on navigating traffic, trying not to think about what my sister might do in her desperate state. We found her car in the hotel parking lot. Room 412, I told the front desk clerk. Has anyone checked in there today? The clerk typed something into her computer. Yes, about an hour ago. Mr. Shelton is... I was already heading for the elevators, Pablo and Mom hurrying behind me. The scene we walked into on the 4th floor stopped us cold. Felicia stood in the hallway, screaming at Clay through his hotel room door. You promised we'd be together, she yelled, pounding on the door. You said once everything was out in the open. That's enough. I grabbed her arm, spinning her around. What are you doing? She jerked away, mascara streaking her face. He told me he loved me. He said once you found out, we could stop hiding. The door opened and Clay appeared, looking disheveled. I never, Destiny? His face paled. What are you doing here? Apparently watching my sister make an even bigger fool of herself. I turned to Felicia. Is this what you wanted? To destroy everything and everyone around you? He loved me, she insisted. Tell her, Clay. Tell her what you said that night. Clay stepped into the hallway, keeping his distance. Felicia, we were both drunk and... Liar. She lunged at him, but Uncle Pablo caught her. You said I was special. I said what you wanted to hear. Clay cut her off. Because you were there, and you were willing, and I was weak. That's all it was. The silence that followed was deafening. Felicia sagged in Pablo's arms, all fight leaving her body. Oh, honey, Mom stepped forward. Let's get you home. I can't. Felicia's voice broke. I can't face Marco. I can't face anyone. Actually, I said quietly, you can and you will, because that's what adults do when they make mistakes. They face them. Clay moved toward me. Destiny, please. The divorce papers are being delivered to your office tomorrow. I met his eyes steadily. Sign them, Clay. It's the least you can do. What about us? He asked. 8 years of marriage, just gone? It was gone the moment you decided my sister was more important than our vows. I turned to Pablo. About that job offer? I accept. He smiled, still holding Felicia. Good, because I already had the paperwork drawn up. You're leaving? Mom asked, surprised. The branch is in Seattle. I straightened my shoulders. Fresh start, new city. No more family drama. But what about... Felicia started. What about you? I finished. For once, that's not my problem to solve. You made your choices, now live with them. As we walked toward the elevator, leaving Clay standing alone in the hallway, I felt lighter than I had in years. No more playing mediator in my own life. No more fixing other people's messes. Uncle Pablo squeezed my shoulder. You know what they say about karma? I smiled. That it comes full circle? No, he grinned. That sometimes it takes you exactly where you need to go. The elevator doors closed on my old life, and for the first time in forever, I was ready for whatever came next. 3 days before my move to Seattle, I found myself at Riverside Cafe, the place where Clay and I had our first date, and ironically, where he'd later meet Felicia for their secret rendezvous. I needed this final confrontation, this closure, before I could truly move forward. Clay arrived exactly on time, looking smaller somehow, less sure of himself. He slid into the booth across from me, his wedding ring conspicuously absent. You look good, he said, attempting a smile. I feel good. I pushed a manila envelope across the table. The signed divorce papers, your copy. He stared at the envelope without touching it. Is this really how we're ending things? You ended things when you started sleeping with my sister. I stirred my coffee. I'm just making it official. It wasn't like that. He leaned forward. She was vulnerable and, stop. I held up my hand. I didn't come here for explanations or excuses. I came here to tell you something important. The waitress approached, but one look at our faces sent her retreating. I've spent 8 years being the perfect wife, I continued. The family mediator, the one who smooths everything over and makes it all okay. But you know what I realized? He shook his head. I realized I'm really good at my job, at solving conflicts and helping people find resolution. But I was so busy fixing everyone else's problems, I forgot to fix my own. Destiny. Let me finish. I pulled out my phone, scrolling to a saved photo. Remember this? Our wedding day. You promised to love and cherish me forever. I believed you because I wanted to believe in forever. I did love you, he protested. No. I put the phone away. You loved the idea of me. The calm, collected wife who never made waves, who looked the other way when you started coming home late, who made excuses for you to our friends. He slumped in his seat. What do you want me to say? Nothing. I want you to listen. I leaned forward. I'm moving to Seattle next week, starting fresh, building something new, and I want you to know that I forgive you. His head snapped up. What? Not for your sake, I clarified. For mine, because holding on to this anger and betrayal isn't who I want to be anymore. What about Felicia? He asked quietly. That's between you two, and Marco, and whoever else gets caught in her drama. I stood up, dropping some cash on the table for my untouched coffee. I'm done being the family fixer. He grabbed my wrist as I turned to leave. Wait, there's something you should know. I pulled free. Unless it's about the divorce papers, Felicia's pregnant. The words hit me like a physical blow. I slowly sat back down. Is it mine? I don't know. He ran a hand through his hair. She told me yesterday. Said she hasn't told anyone else yet. I laughed, the sound hollow even to my own ears. Of course she is. One final bomb to drop before I leave. What are you going to do? Me? Nothing. I stood up again. Like I said, not my problem anymore. But you might want to invest in a good lawyer. You're really just going to walk away? From all of us? I paused, looking around the cafe, where so much of my life had happened. You know what the hardest part of being a conflict resolution specialist is? Learning when to walk away from a conflict that can't be resolved. And that's what we are? Unresolvable? No. I smiled sadly. We're just finished. Good luck, Clay. I mean that. I walked out of the cafe into the bright afternoon sunlight. My phone buzzed. A text from Uncle Pablo. Seattle office is ready. Your new life awaits. Another text came through, this one from Felicia. I need to talk to you. It's important. I deleted it without responding. A third message popped up from Marco. Heard you're leaving town. Can we meet? There's something you should know. I typed back quickly. Some stories need to end for new ones to begin. Take care of yourself. As I drove home past the church where everything had fallen apart, past the hotel where secrets had been kept and revealed, I felt something shift inside me. The weight of being everyone's savior lifted from my shoulders. My phone rang, Mom's number flashing on the screen, probably calling about Felicia's news. I let it go to voicemail. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is stop trying to fix what's broken and focus on building something new instead. I pulled into my driveway, where moving boxes waited to be loaded. The for sale sign in my front yard caught the afternoon light, transforming it into something that looked less like an ending and more like a beginning. Seattle was waiting. A new office, new clients, new stories to help resolve. But this time on my terms. And for once, I wasn't looking back to see who I was leaving behind. The Seattle rain drummed against my office windows as I reviewed the day's last case file. A knock at the door made me look up to find Uncle Pablo, his hair damp from the weather. Surprise, he grinned. Thought I'd check on my star employee. You flew across the country to check on me? I raised an eyebrow. Actually, he settled into a chair. I came to deliver some news in person, and to see how you're handling the latest family drama from afar. I closed the file. You mean Felicia's baby? Babies, he corrected. Twins. The DNA test results came back yesterday. And? Not Clay's. He watched my reaction carefully. Marco's. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Does he know? Found out this morning. Pablo paused, choosing his words. Processing. My phone buzzed. A text from Mom. Please call your sister. She needs you. I showed Pablo the message. Some things never change. But you have, he noted. The old Destiny would have already been on a plane home. The old Destiny would have tried to fix everything. I turned to the window, watching rain trace patterns on the glass. How's Clay taking the news? Relieved, I imagine. He's leaving town. Took a job in Chicago. A knock interrupted us. My assistant poked her head in. Sorry to interrupt, but there's someone here to see you. Says it's important. Marco stepped into my office, looking both exhausted and determined. I'll give you two some privacy, Pablo said, standing. He squeezed my shoulder as he passed. Remember what I said about karma? After he left, Marco and I stared at each other in silence. You look good, he finally said. Seattle agrees with you. Marco, I'm not here to complicate things, he interrupted. I needed to tell you something face to face. I gestured to the chair Pablo had vacated. About the babies? He sat heavily. You knew? Pablo just told me. I studied his face. What are you gonna do? That's why I'm here. He leaned forward. I'm keeping them, the babies. I'm gonna raise them myself. What about Felicia? He sighed. She's not well. After you left, she spiraled. She's checking into a treatment center tomorrow. Postpartum depression, anxiety, other issues that probably should have been addressed years ago. I absorbed this information, feeling an old, familiar pull to fix things. And you came here because you're the only person who ever told me the truth, even when it hurt. He met my eyes. I need your advice, not as a mediator or a sister-in-law, but as someone who knows what it's like to choose yourself over family obligations. You're afraid, I realized. Afraid you'll mess this up like everything else. He nodded. Two babies, Destiny. Two little lives depending on me to get it right. I stood up and walked to my credenza, pulling out 2 coffee mugs and a hidden bottle of whiskey. Want to know what I've learned since moving here? He accepted the offered drink. Tell me. That sometimes the worst things that happen to us lead us exactly where we need to be. I sat on the edge of my desk. That karma isn't about punishment, it's about balance. And what's the balance here? I get 2 babies I never planned for, and Felicia gets, what? Institutionalized? She gets help, I corrected. Finally, and you get a chance to be the father you always wanted to be. He took a long sip. Will you help? Not fix everything, just be there? As an aunt? On one condition. I held up a finger. No more drama, no more secrets, just honest communication and boundaries. Deal. He smiled, the first real smile I'd seen from him since the wedding. You know, you're really good at this whole advice thing. I should be. It's what I do for a living. I raised my glass. To new beginnings? To karma, he countered, and to the sister who was strong enough to walk away and smart enough to show us all how to stand on our own. After Marco left, I stood at my window watching the rain. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Felicia. I'm getting help. Finally. I'm sorry for everything. For the first time in months, I typed back. Good. Take care of yourself. The babies will need their mother healthy. The response came quickly. Will you ever forgive me? I thought about karma, about balance, about the way life has of sorting itself out if we just get out of its way. Already have, I replied. Now focus on forgiving yourself. The Seattle skyline glittered through the rain, and I smiled, thinking about how sometimes you have to leave everything behind to find exactly where you belong, not running away, but running towards something better, not fixing others, but fixing yourself, not ending a story, but starting a new chapter. And this time, I was writing it on my own terms.